Ek praat van die verklaring wat sergeant Segobe by u gevat het.
Nee,
No?
Do you understand?
Verstaan u?
ja,
Yes?
Was this statement read to you?
Was hierdie verklaring aan u gelees?
nee,
No?
Seaborder.
Yes, it's Seaborder.
On that day at Seaborder.
Was die verklaring aan u gelees daardie dag by Seaborde?
nee,
No?
Captain Lombard testified that Sergeant Fortin was having a keyboard.
Kaptein Lombard het getuig en gesê dat sergeant Fortuin 'n klipbord gehad.
Did you see Captain Sergeant Fortin having a keyboard during the so-called interviews?
Het u gesien dat sergeant Fortuin het die sogenoemde klipbord gehad die tyd wat hy saam met u gepraat het, die onderhoud gevoer het?
nee,
No?
Captain Lombard has testified that he has seen Sergeant Fortin taking down the questions and answers.
Kaptein Lombard het ook getuig dat hy
No, Sinkapai, that was not the evidence. Captain Lombard never said that Fortuin wrote down the questions and answers.
With due respect, my lord, can the court remind me on that piece of evidence?
No, you ask the questions. I'm not here to tell counsel what to ask. All I'm telling you is that there was no such evidence that you put to the witness.
Captain Lombard has thank you, my lord. Captain Lombard has testified that he thought that Sergeant Fortin might have been taking notes or writing something down.
Kaptein Lombard het getuig en gesê dat Kaptein Lombard het getuig en gesê dat hy het gedink dat sergeant Fortuin het notas geneem of goed afgeskryf.
Sergeant Fortuin write anything?
Het u gesien sergeant Fortuin skryf enige iets?
nee,
No?
Thank you.
You didn't see Sergeant Fortin writing anything.
U het nie gesien die sergeant Fortuin skryf enige iets nie?
nee,
No?
Now, still in this office,
Nou nog steeds in hierdie kantoor,
can you remember what else happened before you were taken out?
kan u onthou wat het gebeur voor u uitgeneem was?
ja, ek kan onthou dat een policeman met my wat saam met my gepraat het oor my ma se dood.
I can remember, yes, that one police officer spoke with me about my mother's passing.
Dat hy vir my gesê het, ek weet nie hoe weet hy nie,
He told me that he knows, but I don't know how he knew about it
van ek wat nog nie daar gewees het by die graf nie,
because I haven't been by the graveside.
en dat hy sal glo blomme koop of iets koop, maar wat hy aan toe sal vat.
That he will buy flowers and take it there.
En dat is wat hy vir my gesê het, maar ek het nie nog gewaar wat hy sê nie.
That is what he told me, but I still did not worry about what he said.
Maar wat hy gesê het, is die waarheid,
But what he said, it is true.
maar ek weet nie hoe weet hy nie.
But I don't know how he knew about it.
How did you feel when this information was being passed to you in that manner?
Hoe het u gevoel dit daardie informasie oor hierdie goed wat aan u so gesê?
Vir my was dit gewees, hy maak nou 'n joke, hy vat nou gat.
For me, it was if he's making a joke, he's making fun about it.
Yes, he was making a joke, he was making fun about it, and how did you feel?
En u sê dat hy 'n joke gemaak oor die makgat van dit. Hoe het u gevoel?
Ek het nie lekker gevoel nie, want ek myself nog eens by my ma se graf nie.
I do not feel fine about it because myself, personally, I haven't been to my mom's grave
Of by die begrafnis nie.
or even at the funeral. Wanneer het u ma gesterf?
Toe nou 23 7de maand.
2023, the 7th month.
Thank you.
My lord, my client doesn't look well to me. I know when I was consulting.
No, let me hear from me. Mr. Van Rijn,
Meneer Van Rijn,
do you have a problem?
het u 'n probleem?
Shakes his head left to right. Thank you, Ms. Nkaba. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lord. Yesterday you testified that Sergeant Fontaine took you to the bathrooms.
U het gister getuig dat Sergeant Fontaine u na die toilette toe geneem het.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct, yes.
Can you explain before this court what happened after you were taken to the bathrooms?
Kan u dan in die hof verduidelik wat het gebeur nadat u na die toilette toe geneem was?
Toe ek klaar is met die toilet,
When I was done with the toilet,
toe vat hy my na die ander kantoor toe.
he took me to another office.
Toe die deur oopmaak,
When the door was opened,
toe sien ek 'n boeta hang.
I saw Buddha hanging.
Mr. Van Rijn has a tendency to swallow the last words. So I wasn't sure whether he said hung or daar.
Hang.
Hung. Because the interpreter is very close to you, so she can hear maybe, but when it drops, then I can't make out. So maybe just try and open your mouth when you speak. I know we've got different ways of talking, but try and complete the sentence loud, because I also like to hear the Afrikaans.
Ek sal net vir u kan vra nee, as u praat, ek weet ons praat verskillend nee, maar ek sê dat u het geneiging om u woorde te sluk of u praat binnensmond. Ons wil net u kan bietjie harder praat soos dat die hof kan ook die Afrikaans gedeelte hoor, nee?
Dis reg, ja.
That's correct.
Don't panic about it.
Moenie paniekie.
It is just that I can see the interpreter touches you to tell you when to stop and when you can go. But she's very close to you, so she can hear you, and sometimes you turn your head towards her, so she can make out, but I can't. So just relax. Don't panic about it. I don't want you to feel that now you've got to do something different. Okay?
Verstaan u die tolk sit baie naby aan u, so die tolk hoor vir u en u soms by u kom na die tolk se kant toe en ek het ook opgelet dat as u praat die tolk tik net vir u op die skouer sodat u moenie vinnig gaan nie opsit vir haar kans kan gee om te tolk. U moenie paniekie. U moet net ontspan.
Verstaanbaar.
Understood.
That's good. Thank you, Ms. Nkaba. That came out clear.
You saw Mr. Apollos hanging? Yes, you can continue from there.
U het vir meneer Apollos gesien hang en dan
Ja, maar voor die deur oopgegaan het ek gehoor die geskreeu,
before the door opened, I heard the screaming,
geraas,
the noise,
maar ek het nie geweet waar nou kom nie.
but I did not know where it was coming from.
Die tyd toe die deur oopgaan, toe ek gesien is Check gewoon wat daar hang.
And when the time the door opened, I saw that it's Jacqueline that is hanging there.
You can continue, Mr. Van Rijn.
Meneer Van, u kan voorgaan.
Toe ek sien maar Boeta hang daar so.
When I saw Buddha is hanging there,
Toe soebat ek vir meneer Fortuin. En ek sê vir hom, meneer, ek praat aan die waarheid.
kan u net die, daar is
Meneer, ek praat aan die waarheid.
Sir, I'm telling the truth. My Lord, I don't know whether there's the first part, the witness said that I don't know whether it was subat or something. But
Soebat, ja.
I begged Mr. Fortuin and said that, but sir, I'm telling the truth.
Maar my het gesê, my tyd is om.
And I was told that my time is over.
En hulle sê ek moet nou langs aan die plek gaan staan waar Boeta hang.
I was told to go stand beside the place where Buddha was hanging.
Sorry, Mr. Van Rijn, I'll take you a few steps back. When you are saying you told Sergeant Fortuin that you were speaking the truth, what are you referring to?
As u sê, ek gaan nou vir u bietjie terugneem nie. As u sê dat u het vir Sergeant Fortuin gesê u praat die waarheid, wat het u bedoel by dit?
Van wat hulle vir my gevra het wat gebeur die maandag.
What they asked me about what happened the Monday.
Okay. Who asked you what happened on Monday? And which Monday was this?
Wie het vir u gevra wat het gebeur die maandag en watter maandag is dit?
Die tyd toe meneer Fortuin my die eerste keer kwaal by die kantoor.
The time that Mr. Fortuin came to fetch me the first time at the office,
En hy wil my gesê ek moet vir hulle vertel, ek moet vir hom vertel wat gebeur het die maandag, die 19e.
he told me that I must tell them, or I must tell him what happened the Monday, the 19th.
Did you tell him what happened Monday the 19th?
Het u dan vir hom gesê wat het gebeur die maandag die 19e?
Ja,
Yes.
This 19th one?
Listen, goodbye. Is anybody going to use that screen today? Are you going to use the screen?
Later in my evidence, my lord.
I hope we're not going to rehash things that we already showed. Because the reason why I'm asking is when the sun is where it's now, it reflects on the white screen into my eyes. And so if we can potentially move it away or roll it up, thank you very much. I try and concentrate on the questions, but I also look at the accused. So I've got this white screen behind him, and when the sun shines, it reflects in my eyes, so I can't see his face. I'm looking at his face, and I'm looking at his facial expressions at the same time. I'm sorry for the hold-up. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Mr. Van Rijn, can you give us the full date? It was the 19th of which month and which year?
Kan u vir ons die volle datum gee as u sê dit was die 19de gewees, die 19de van watter maand en watter jaar?
die 19e van die tweede maand, 2024.
The 19th of the second month, 2024.
Did you explain to him what happened on that day?
Het u aan hom verduidelik wat het gebeur daardie dag?
Ja,
Yes.
Did he believe what you were telling him?
Het hy geglo wat u vir hom gesê het?
Nee,
No.
Did he tell you that from what you were telling him on that day, there are loopholes or there are discrepancies to what you told Sergeant Schobe on the 29th of February 2024?
Het hy vir u gesê dat, luister wat jy nou vir my sê, dit is nie dieselfde wat u vir Sergeant Schobe gesê het op die 29ste nie?
nee,
No.
Sergeant Fontaine told this court that he asked you repeatedly,
Sergeant Fortuin het getuig in die hof het vir u aan mekaar gevra.
your involvement in the disappearance of Joshlin,
U se betrokkenis in die verdwyning van Joshlin.
and that you were giving him one answer repeatedly that you are not involved or you were not involved in
And
the
you-
disappearance of Joshlin.
En u het vir hom dieselfde antwoord elke tyd gegee, u het niks te doen nie, u was nie betrokke in verdwyning van Joshlin nie.
ja,
Yes.
What was your answer when he asked you whether you were involved in the disappearance of Joshlin?
Wat was u se antwoord gewees die tyd wat hy vir u vra, is u betrokke in Joshlin se verdwyning?
ek het net gesê, nee, ek weet nie.
I just said, no, I don't know.
Now you are at the door, you are pleading with him, you are telling him you are innocent, and then what happened?
U is nou daar by die deur, nee, u is met hom gepleit en u het hom net gesê, wat het gebeur?
Vat hulle om my om te langs Boeta te gaan staan
They took me and they let me stand next to Buddha.
en halve Boeta af.
They took Buddha down. Ja,
En hulle sê vir my, ek moet my swette uittrek
they told me that I must take off my t-shirt,
en my tekkies
my tackies,
en dan moet ek op my rug lê.
I must lay on my back.
Toe op my, maar hulle het eers die boeie afgehaal
But they first took off the handcuffs. Ja,
toe sê hulle vir my, ek moet op my rug lê.
and they said that I must lay on my back.
Dan moet ek my twee bene so na my bors toe bring.
And they said that I must bring my two legs to my chest.
Can continue?
Gaan voort.
Dan moet ek my twee hande so oor my bene dinges.
I must take my two hands and put it in front my things,
Toe boei hulle my vas.
and they handcuffs me,
Met druk hulle 'n pyp tussen my onder my knieë deur.
and they put a pipe, my lord, the witness shows, they put a pipe under my knees, the witness shows.
As 'n kurkpyp, aluminium kurkpyp.
It's an aluminium pipe, my lord.
En
Just want to,
The witness is
Yeah.
indicating, my lord, as I was told to lay on my back, and I was told that I must pull my legs to my chest, and the witness showed now when he said my dingus or my things like that, and he said I was told to pull my legs to my chest, and the steel pipe was placed under my knees. He pointed.
yeah. So the interpreter is sitting right next to the witness stand and can see the movement of the hands that we can't see. So she was illustrating by pulling up the knees. When the word dingus is used, it refers to the hands because that's what he shows, and she gave the illustration. That's why I paused. But I just want to clarify something else about the aluminium pipe. When you say crook pipe, what do you mean by that?
As u sê krukpyp, wat bedoel u by dit?
Die kurke wat in die hospitaal jou gee.
The crutches that have been used at the hospital, my lord.
The prosecutor didn't bring a prop, so I didn't see it yet. But there's a crutch actually next to the gentleman sitting in the right. There. Can you see the crutch lying there?
Kan u dus sien, daardie krukpyp wat langs in die oompie sit, wat daar die voor die voorste ry sit, in die hoek?
Ja, maar die silwe een.
Yes, but it's a silver one.
But that's a blue one, but it's similar to that.
As min of meer dieselfde as dat.
So soortgelyk, maar daar een het gaatjies in, die silwe een.
It's the same, like more or less the same, my lord, but that one, it's a silver one and it has holes.
The court orderly is going to bring it to you.
You put on,
Because I can see that one's also adjustable. I can see it from here and I can see the little holes. Just so that we have a good idea. It's a normal single crutch that's adjustable.
Die onderste deel haal ze uit. En hulle daai gebruik.
Okay, so it's the one part that you can pull out, the extension piece. So it's a single piece that can be used.
Ja,
Thank
Now
you.
again, my lord.
Anyone of council want to see it? Good. Thank you for assisting. I don't think it was brought deliberate as a prop. Because that gentleman's been here for every day with his crutch. Yes, thank you. So now you've illustrated knees up, hands over, pipe through. That's where I interrupted you.
U het nou vir ons verduidelik dat u was gesê om op 'n rug te lê en u het gewys hoe die krukpyp op die pyp onder u so op knie gesit op bene gesit en dit is waar ek dit in vir u gegaan het.
En ek is opgelop
I was lifted, my lord.
en op 2 stoele gesit.
I was placed on 2 chairs.
Die een punt van die kurk en die ander punt van die kurk.
The one point of the crutch and the other side of the crutch.
Van 2 stoele wat in die middel is van my. Ek hang tussen 2 stoele.
Because as 2 chairs, my lord, and I was hanging in between these 2 chairs.
Are they normal chairs?
Is dit gewone stoele?
Nee, is nie gewone stoele nie. Dis een van die stoele wat op die video is. As ook daar.
No, it's not normal chairs. It's one of the chairs that is on the video, my lord. The witness is referring to the video.
What I mean, normal chairs, normal height chairs.
As ek praat van is dit normale stoel, is dit normale gewone hoogte.
Ja, die stoel wat ek opgesit het met meneer Sekoe.
It's a chair that I was sitting on with Mr. Sekoe.
That chair has a back, but it's a normal height chair.
So daai stoel het agterig nie, maar dis maar 'n normale stoel, die hoogte.
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct.
That's all I want to know.
Dis al wat ek wil geweet het.
Because I see people want me to watch videos today. I'm not inclined to do that. Yes, thank you, Mr. Kabai.
Thank you, my lord. Please proceed, Mr. Van Rijn.
U kan voorgaan, meneer Van Rijn.
My gehang
I hanged there.
en vir my was gevra,
I was asked,
wat het ek gemaak met Joshlin?
what did I do with Joshlin?
Wat het ons gemaak met
What did we do with Joshlin?
Now, remember what I said earlier about swallowing your words.
Onthou u wat ek het vroeër gesê, want u sluk u woorde.
And if you speak that fast, we might lose it.
As
So,
u so vinnig praat, ons gaan mekaar misverstaan.
so the first, you repeated the same thing. I want you to relax, don't panic.
Ek wil u moet ontspan.
You repeated the same words. The first time it sounded as if you said what you did with Joshlin, but when you repeated it, it came out as what did we do, wat het ons gemaak.
Die eerste keer het dit geklink soos u het gesê dat wat ek het gedoen en die tweede keer wat het u herhaal of weer sê u het gesê wat ons gemaak het.
Now it could be that we heard wrong because you were speaking fast.
Ons kan miskien verkeerd is want u het vinnig gepraat.
So I'm going to clarify that so that my notes can be correct.
Ek gaan vir u duidelikheid vra oor dat my notas kan korrek wees.
What did they ask you?
Wat het hulle vir u gevra?
Hulle het ons om gevra wat het ons gemaak met Joshlin.
They asked me what did we do with Joshlin.
En ek het wel gesê, maar ek weet nie waar Joshlin nie, ek daar nie kennis nie.
I told them that I don't know where Joshlin is, I bear no knowledge.
Maar hulle wil nie dit gehoor nie.
But they did not want to hear that.
En elke keer as ek hulle sê, maar ek weet nie, as dit hulle swart sak om my kop.
Every time I will tell them that I don't know, they will place the black plastic bag over my head.
En as hulle my so druk op my kop,
And they will press me on my head.
dan so agtertoe, vorentoe, agtertoe, vorentoe.
They will push me to the back, to the front, back and front.
Just stop there. The accused illustrated with his hand and his head moving back and forth. Was that now whilst you were hanging?
Het dit gebeur die tyd wat u daar gehang het?
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct.
I'm just making a note. Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my Lord. Before you were instructed to take off your sweater and your shoes, who did you see in this room?
Voor u gesê was u moet sy sweater uittrek en die skoene uittrek. Wie was in die lokaal gewees?
Hulle was 'n paar polisiemense daar.
There were few police officials there.
Ek weet die tyd toe ek hang,
I know the time when I was hanging.
juffrou Johnson was ook daar.
Kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
Juffrou Johnson.
Miss Johnson was there.
En sy is die een wat vir my gesê het, ja, dit is maag.
She's the one that told me, yes, so you are thin.
Ja, dit is maag en sterk, jong.
You are thin and strong.
Why did she say this?
Hoekom het sy dit gesê?
Sy sien volgende hang, volgende kennis hang ek nog al 'n hele tydjie.
According to her information, my lord, I've been hanging there for some time.
En die sweetkogel stap my af.
And the sweat was coming down.
Now, let's go back to where you ended. You were hanging and they were pushing your forehead and you were moving backward and you were moving in front. What happened after that?
Laat ons nou gaan na, u sê dat hulle het vir u op u kop gestoot, moet nou u het voor en agter beweeg, en dan?
Ja, dat sal ze net so agtertoe, vorentoe, sal net so gaan.
It will just go, I'll go swing to the front, backwards,
En die tyd dat sy terugkom nou,
When you the time when you come back,
dan sal hy die swart sak weer om jou kop sit.
and they will put the black plastic bag over you.
Maar as jy daai posisie hang,
But when you are hanging in that position,
hang jy nie daai posisie straight af met jou kop nie.
you're not hanging straight down with your head. The witness shows my Lord with the hand.
Van
Waarom meneer? The witness showed my Lord, you're not hanging straight down with your head.
90 degree to the ground with his hand, yeah.
Ja, gaan voort.
sy's half, sy's nou gebakken met jou nek en jou rug, sy's gebakken.
You are in a bending position, my Lord. Ja.
So as jy swaar hom tyd dat hy wil as jy stoot voor jou kop en sy gaan agtertoe en vorentoe. As jy swaar hom om die swart sak te om jou kop te sit.
So it's not difficult for him, my Lord, because you're in that position. You're moving backward and forward. So it's not difficult for him to place the black plastic bag over your head.
Dan sal ek die sak stukken byt,
When I will bite the bag open,
dan sal hulle weer 2 sakke vat,
then they will take 2 plastic bags.
dat vou hulle om dubbel,
They will fold it in double.
dan sal hulle weer daai ene omsit,
Then they will put that around me.
dan byt ek hom ook stukken,
I'll also bite that one also open.
vat hulle so blink groot houtsak.
They had such a blinking wood bag, my Lord,
Maar nie daai ene met die gaatjies in nie, hy het die gaatjies
but
ingery.
not the one with the holes.
Daai is die volledige ene.
It's a full one, my Lord. It is a
Houtsak.
houtsak. Yes.
Ek sê is 'n houtsak hy.
I'm referring to as a wood bag, my Lord.
What do you mean by that?
Wat beteken u dit as u sê houtsak?
Die houtsakke wat die mense in die winkel verkoop.
The wood bags that is being sold in the shops, my Lord.
Maar sy kry mos die groot sakke ook.
You also get the big bags
Dit was dieselfde sak soos wat ek nog wat kry.
at the same bag that I'm referring to.
Toe hulle daai ene opsit,
When they placed that one on,
daai ene wil my laat sweet.
that one made me sweat.
Van die begin af,
From the onset,
hulle my vra
they will ask me a question.
en ek sê wil ek weet nie.
I will tell them that I don't know.
As hulle besig om my voete en die hande en die knieë te slat.
Then they will be busy on eating me on my hands, my knees, and my feet.
Van al drie gee ek vir hulle binne in die lug. Van die posisie wat ek hang, ek is aan die lug aan met my knieë, my voete en my hande.
Because all 3 of them, my Lord, in the manner that I was hanging, I was actually they were exposed in that way, my Lord. Yeah,
En dan sal ek skree
I will scream.
en hulle sê seer, maar ek kry seer.
I will tell them that is sore, I'm getting sore.
Hulle sal ook my sê ek moet nie kak praat nie.
They will tell me that I don't talk shit.
Ek moet vir hulle die waarheid sê.
I must tell them the truth.
Ek sê wel ek weet nie wat die waarheid is.
Then I will tell them that I don't know what is the truth.
Ek daar nie kennis nie.
I bear no knowledge.
Ek weet nie wat hulle soek by my nie.
I don't know what they want from me.
Hulle sê ek moet nie kak praat nie.
told me that I mustn't talk shit. Yeah.
Thank you, my lord. And then what happened
En wat het gebeur
after
na
that?
dit?
Het die hele tyd aangaan so.
It went on for some time like that.
So omtrent so ek wou hoe praat hulle onder mekaar, die ene praat en tyd en goed. Ek het gehoor so pas toe.
Around about that, my lords, they were speaking amongst each other, and I heard whilst they were speaking about past 2.
Dan toe hoor ek die een sê vir my, maar ek moet nie kak praat, ek het saam met Boeta.
And I will hear the one saying that I mustn't talk shit, I was with Buddha.
Ek het saam met Boeta die kinders, Magalima toe gevat.
I took the child with Buddha to Makalima,
En van my gevra ek hoekom Magalima ken.
and I was also asked, do I also know Makalima?
Ek het hulle gesê ja, ken haar.
I said, yes, I do know her.
Ek het my gevra waar sy bly, sê maar sy bly in Plaggenskap, waar by Boeta hulle.
Kan u weer dit herhaal asseblief?
Waar sy bly in Plaggenskap by Boeta hulle.
I told him that she lives there in the informal settlement by Buddha them.
Were you still hanging at that time?
Het u nog steeds gehang daai tyd?
Ja,
Yes.
Yes, you were still hanging. Please continue. What happened after that?
U het nog steeds gehang. Wat het gebeur na dit?
en so het die geslaan na die ander gaan.
So the hitting continued.
Van hulle sê vir my, ek het saam met Boeta geloop, die kinders gevat na Magalima toe.
They are saying that I walked with Buddha and took the child to Makalima person.
En ek sê vir hulle maar dis so nie.
I told them it's not like that.
Ek daar nie ken daarvan nie.
I bear no knowledge of that.
En hulle slaat.
And they hit.
Tot en met die tyd toe ek nou hulle sê maar ek het saam met hom geloop.
Till by the point I say I walked with him. Yeah.
Thank you, my lord. You can continue, Mr. Van Rijn.
You can voortgaan, meneer Van Rijn.
Toe ek hulle sê maar ek het saam met hom geloop
When I said I walked with him,
met Joshlin na Magalima toe.
with Joshlin to Makalima,
As die tyd wat hulle my afhaal.
and at the time they took me off.
Thank you, my lord. Yes, proceed, Mr. Van Rijn.
U kan voortgaan, meneer Van Rijn.
Maar voor hulle my afgehaal het, het ek myself getry om my van hy posisie af te gooi van die stoele af.
But before they took me off, I tried by myself to leave or to take myself off from the chairs.
Maar ek kan nie die reg kry nie.
But I could not get it right.
Toe sê ek hulle maar ek het saam met Boeta geloop, ek kan gevat na Magalima toe.
Then I told them that yes, I walked with Buddha and we took the child to Makalima
En hulle het my afgehaal.
and they took me off.
En hulle goedjies wat ek gekry het, want ek het gehoor hulle praat van Magalima se plek.
They got the things in order there or got the things in order there. I heard them talking about Makalima person,
En dat ons saam met hulle sal ry
that we're going to be riding with them
om Magalima se plek te gaan wys.
to go point out Makalima's place.
En ons het saam met hulle gery.
We drove with them.
When you say you drove with them, were you all in the same car?
As u sê u het saam met hulle gery, was julle in dieselfde voertuig gewees?
Nee, daar was verskillende voertuie.
No, we were in different cars.
Do you still remember in which car were you and with whom?
Kan u nog steeds onthou in watter voertuig was u en met wie?
Ek weet ek wat speelde Paulo waar
I know I drove in a white detective Polo,
en die tyd wat ons in Magalima in daai kort straatjie by Magalima gewees het.
kan u weer herhaal
Die
asseblief?
straatjie van Magalima, daai kort straatjie,
When were they in that short street of Makalima?
het ek in die een kar gesit.
I was seated in the other car.
Ek was Johnson net links gesit.
Ms. Johnson was seated on the left-hand side,
Waar sy my nog 'n skuiwer gee van haar eentjie.
where she still gave me a smoke from a cigarette, a puff from a cigarette.
Do you know who was the driver of the...
The accused used the Afrikaans expression skuif van 'n enkie, which was correctly interpreted for the record. A puff from a cigarette. So I just want to clarify that. Is that what you meant?
Hier maar.
'n Skuif van 'n enkie.
Ja, my lord.
Is dit wat u bedoel het as skyn van die eentjie? Yes, my lord.
Mr. Van Rijn, can we go back to the motor vehicle
Meneer Van Rijn, kan ons net teruggaan na die voertuig toe?
that you were driven in while going to Makalima's place?
Die voertuig wat u in was, die tyd wat u na Makalima se plek toe gegaan het?
Can you remember who was the driver of that motor vehicle?
Kan u onthou wie was die drywer of wie was die bestuurder gewees van die voertuig?
Nee, ek kan nie nou nie.
No, I can't remember.
Was Ms. Johnson in that vehicle as well?
Was mevrou Johnson ook in daardie voertuig?
Ja,
Yes.
How many were you in this motor vehicle?
Hoeveel van julle was in hierdie voertuig?
vier dinge.
I think 4.
What happened at your arrival at Makalima's place?
Wat het gebeur die tyd wat u by Makalima se plek kom?
Ons buite kar het mos buite gestaan, ons sit mos binne in die kar.
The motor vehicles were outside, were seated inside the motor vehicles.
Ek sit in die kar, kan ek sien dit op Magalima se hekke.
Where, as I was seated in the motor vehicle, my lord, I could see by Makalima's gates
En dat hulle lig probeer maak met die torche.
that they tried to make light with the torches. The witness also shows, my lord, by the way of hand,
Maar hulle het nie antwoorde gekry nie.
but they did not get a reply.
En hulle het Magalima se slot afgeknip.
And they broke or they cut Makalima's lock. The witness shows with the way of hand, my lord,
En dis hoe hulle toe inkawe gaan het.
and that's how they went in.
He indicated the motion as you would normally cut with a bolt cutter.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes.
Yes, Makalima's gate is cut. And then what happened after that?
Hulle het Makalima se slot gesny en dan wat het gebeur?
Ek het van Makalima 'n man en haar 2 kinders gesien.
I saw Makalima, her husband, and her 2 children.
Ek is nog nie seker as hulle 'n foto gevat het van haar nie,
I'm not sure whether a photo was taken of them,
maar die foto of sy was gebring na my toe.
kan u weer herhaal asseblief?
Die foto of sy
The photo or her personally was brought to me
om te sê as dit Makalima is.
to say whether this is Makalima.
En ek het gesê ja.
I said yes.
Was Makalima brought to you in person?
Was Makalima na u toe gebring persoonlik na u toe? Fisies na u toe gebring?
By haar is ek nie seker nie.
At the house, I'm not sure.
Did the police bring Makalima to you, to where you were in the car?
Just one moment. He twice now said, first time he said, he's not sure whether they brought a picture or whether they brought her. Then you posed the question and he said he's not sure whether she was brought to the car at the house. So the follow-up question is disallowed.
Thank you, my lord. And what happened after that, Mr. Van Ryn?
En wat het gebeur nadat meneer Van Ryn?
Na dit is Seaborde toe.
After that, we went to Seaborder.
And what happened at Seaborder?
En wat het gebeur by Seaborder?
Gekom by Seaborde,
Upon arrival at Seaborder,
was ek gelos in 'n kar
I was left in the car.
en nie lankie
Not long after,
het hulle my gehaal
they came to fetch me.
en gevat het by Makalima.
They took me till by Makalima.
Toe ek daar kom,
When I got there,
toe sien ek maar 2 vroumense
I saw 2 females.
as besig met Makalima.
They were busy with Makalima.
Ek is seker, ek dink sy was geboeie
I'm not sure. I think she was handcuffed.
en dat hulle waar 'n swart sak om haar kop gehad het.
They also had black plastic bag overhead. Wacht. Gaan voort.
Want sy het vir my baie die mekaar gelyk,
For me, she looked very confused,
vir alle hare.
especially her hair.
So you went there, you saw what you saw. Was that the only time you were taken there?
U het daar gegaan.
As you just described to me.
U het nou daar gegaan. U het gesien wat u gesien het. Is dit die enigste ding wat u daar gegaan het?
Dis korrek, ja.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. When you say you saw 2 females and they were busy with Makalima, what do you mean when you say they were busy with her?
As u sê u het 2 vroumense gesien en hulle was besig met Makalima, wat bedoel u met dit?
Besig om haar te martel
They were busy torturing her.
You said you weren't sure whether she had handcuffs, but she had a black bag over her head.
U het gesê u is nou nie seker het sy 'n boei gehad nie, maar sy het 'n swart plastic sak oor haar kop.
Oor haar kop gehad, ja.
Yes, over her head.
That's how I noted it, yes. That's why I asked you whether it was only the one time that you went in there.
En dis die rede wat ek het dit so gehad op my notas, dis die rede wat ek vir u gevra het, is dit die enigste tyd wat u daartoe gegaan het?
Because I anticipate some fireworks later about that.
That's correct, ma'am.
Yes, thank you.
And what happened after this, Mr. Van Rooyen?
Wat het gebeur nadat meneer Van Rooyen?
Dat ek moet makalima sê, dat ek saam met Boeta, die kind by Joshlin by haar gelos het.
That I must tell Makalima that myself and Buta, we took Joshlin, we left Joshlin there by her.
Who told you you must tell Makalima this?
Wie het vir u gesê u moet dit vir Makalima sê?
Ek ken nie hulle name nie, maar ek weet dat die mense wat my afgehaal het van die hang af.
The people that took me off from where I was hanging, my Lord, I don't know the names.
What was Makalima's response?
What was? I didn't.
Makalima's response.
Manuel Kalima's response.
Wat het Makalima gesê?
Makalima my gevra, maar hoekom doen ek dit?
Makalima asked me, why am I doing that?
Did you see Mr. Apollos at that stage?
Het u vir meneer Apollos gesien daardie tyd?
Ja,
No.
Mr. Van Rooyen, I'll take you steps back to the first office you were taken into by Sergeant Fortuin.
Meneer Van Rooyen, ek gaan vir u terugneem in die eerste kantoor waar Sergeant Fortuin vir u na toe geneem het.
Is that now before the toilet?
Yes, before the bedroom issues, my lord.
Miss Mkabayi, I can't tell you how to lead the evidence, but it's very difficult if we go back and forth. I would suggest, if it's possible, that we deal with the evidence sequentially. Otherwise, we jump back and forth, and it also confuses my own notes. It's 9:30. I'm going to take an adjournment for about 10 minutes.
Thank you, my lord.
Dankie, u edele.
Now that he told you that, did he give you the particulars of the driver of the motor vehicle or the particulars of the motor vehicle itself?
Nadat hy vir u dit gesê het,
The bike, my lord. Yes. Yes, my lord.
gee hy toe vir u die besonderhede van hierdie voertuig wat u na beweer is so afgeval het van?
Nee, my lord.
Nou, my lord.
I have seen this evidence also in your warning statement.
Ek het hierdie getuienis ook in u waarskuwingsverklaring, het ook op hierdie getuienis gesien.
Your warning statement was taken by Sergeant Johnson.
U waarskuwingsverklaring is deur Susan Jansen bekom.
Johnson, yes.
6th.
Of March, yes, my lord.
Die 6de Maart.
Just a moment. I just want to. Was it? Yeah, it's exhibit double N for the record. Yes, thank you.
In that warning statement,
En daardie waarskuwingsverklaring,
it appears that you fell
dit blyk of u geval het
from the bakkie.
van hierdie bakkie af.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg? Is dit korrek?
No, my lord.
Nee, edele.
I'm not sure whether Mr. Van Rijn understands the question.
Okay.
So let's just clarify it.
Ek is nie seker of meneer Van Rijn hierdie vraag verstaan nie.
Because
Klarigheid,
it's put as a positive to Mr. Van Rijn.
want dit word as positief aan meneer Van Rijn oorgedra.
What is reflected in the warning statement?
No,
And then he answers no.
Na iets wat in die
So the answer,
in die waarskuwing.
so let's clarify it so that we don't have any misunderstandings.
En die waarskuwing weerspieël, kom ons kry klarigheid daarop sodat daar nie 'n misverstand ontstaan nie.
So you will recall that you were held at St. Helena Bay.
U sal onthou dat u
Police
was
cells.
die St. Helena Bay polisiesele aangehou
Correct, my lord.
And Sergeant Johnson came there
en Susan Johnson het daar gekom.
on the 6th. That's now the day after all these videos were made.
Op die 6de, nou dit is dag na al hierdie video's gemaak is.
Can you remember?
Onthou u dit?
Ja, my lord.
And then she completed the form.
En sy het die vorm voltooi
And at one stage,
en op 'n stadium
she asked you to show her injuries that you might have.
vra sy vir u om aan haar beserings wat u opgedoen het te toon of te wys.
And the form reflects that
En hierdie vorm
you showed her a swollen knee and it was bandaged.
dui daarop aan dat u vir haar opgeswelde knie wat in verbande gewees het
And verband.
en 'n verband.
Now what is put to you by your counsel
Die stelling deur u advokaat aan u
is that the form reflects
is dat die vorm dui daarop aan
that she asked you
dat sy vir u so gevra het
how and when you sustained the injuries.
wanneer en hoe het u daardie beserings opgedoen
And the form reflects that you told her
en die vorm weerspieël dat u vir haar gesê
that you injured yourself where you fell off a bakkie before your arrest on the 4th of March,
Vir
2024. I'm using different words that's written down there.
Ek gebruik
To simplify.
geskryf is.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan
That's
jy
that what the form reflects.
Ja, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
So that's common cause. That's a document on the court record.
Die hof is in besit van daardie dokument is in besit van die hof.
Okay?
Verstaan jy?
Ja, my lord.
Yes,
So
my
this
lord.
is what we're talking about.
Dit is waarvan ons praat.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord.
En dankie u edele.
In the form that
In-
the court has made reference to,
In die vorm waarna die hof verwys,
your answer is that
u antwoord daarop is soos volg:
you sustain those injuries by falling from the parking.
hoe u daardie beserings opgedoen het, is dat u van 'n bakkie afgeval.
Now my question is,
My vraag aan u, derhalwe, my vraag aan u is:
did you sustain your injuries by falling from the parking?
is dit hoe u daardie beserings opgedoen het? Is dit omdat u van die bakkie afgeval het?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
How did you sustain your injuries?
Hoe het u daardie beserings opgedoen, meneer?
Aan die marteltyd,
During the torture
my seabode,
at sea border,
And and you testify that Sergeant Fontaine told you
dit is die getuienis dat Sergeant Fontaine het vir u gesê,
when you are asked how you sustained your injuries, you must say you sustained them by falling from the parking.
wanneer daar gevra word hoe u daardie beserings opgedoen het, moet u vir hulle sê dat u van die bakkie afgeval het. Dit sal die antwoord wees.
ja, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
Is that the reason why you gave that answer in your warning statement?
Is dit die rede om vir hulle daardie antwoord gegee het in die waarskuwingsverklaring?
Ja, my lord.
The question was leading, but the prosecutors were sleeping.
Dit is 'n leidende vraag daar, maar die stad reageer nie daarop nie.
Why?
We must just be careful. Sometimes parties don't object because they see no sense in it. So that we still keep to the rules. Because if the prosecutors are going to jump up every moment, it will also disrupt the proceedings. So I understand often when counsel, either for the defense or the state, does not object. But it's this witness's evidence. And let's try and stick to the rules. Let's not ask leading questions unless it's things that are not in dispute. This particular issue is in dispute. My normal response would have been, my time as counsel, I would immediately have jumped up and said, my lord, if my colleague wants to testify, I'm more than happy to cross-examine her. And I'm looking forward to it. And people knew what were waiting for them when I was younger. So let's just try and keep to it. And no reflection, I said he was sleeping. That was just... and I know it's difficult. We've got a lot of evidence. And we're not sure. So let's try and manage it. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai. If you don't understand the question, you must say so.
Meneer, indien u die vraag verstaan, sê asseblief so.
Korrek, my lord.
Korrek, edele,
Because it's going to be a long day.
want dit gaan 'n lang dag wees.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Van Rijn,
Meneer Van Rijn,
why did you tell Sergeant Johnson that you fell from the parking?
hoekom het u vir Sergeant Joshlin gesê dat u van die bakkie afgeval?
Van dit was om my gesê om te sê.
That is what I was told to say.
Fortuin, I heard.
Deur Sergeant Fortuin.
Ja, my lord.
Correct, edele.
Thank you.
Even in your J88 that was completed by Dr. Nell,
Selfs in IJ 88 deur Dr. Nel ingevul.
when you were asked, how did you sustain these injuries? You say you fell from the back.
Toe u gevra word hoe het u hierdie beserings opgedoen, sê u vir hom u het van die bakkie afgeval.
Why did you give that answer?
Hoekom gee u vir hom daardie antwoord?
Ek was die hospitaal toe met nog polisiemense.
I was sent to the hospital together with other police officers
Aan die dokter se kantoor.
in the doctor's rooms.
Polisieman nog altyd hier gewees.
Police officers still there.
Polisieman of polisieman, singular.
Enkelvoud, meervoud.
Hulle was 3 wat ons moet ry.
3 who transported me.
Een het ingekom.
1 entered, went inside.
Terwyl die dokter by my was sien het.
Whilst the doctor was examining me,
So ek moet net die dokter sê wat meneer Fortuin nog my was sien.
I had to tell the doctor only that which Mr. Fortuin told me,
Dat ek van die bakkie afval.
that I felt off the bakkie.
Van 'n vriend van my.
That belongs to a friend of mine.
En ek het net so gesê.
So I did, indeed, I did so.
Van ek weet.
Because I know
Ek gaan nou weer terug saam met die man.
I'll be returning back with this guy.
So wat ek nou die dokter gesê het.
Therefore, what I've just told the doctor,
Hy het gehoor wat ek die dokter sê.
he heard what I told the doctor.
So hy gaan die boodskap oordra.
He will relate the message, carry the message over,
Die boodskap wat hy nou gekry dat ek sê
the message that you would have heard what I said
vir die dokter.
to the doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you, at any stage, intend to make a statement after the interrogation?
Na die ondervraging het hy op enige stadium bedoel om 'n verklaring af te lê?
Ja.
Nou,
If you never intended to make a statement,
indien dit nie u bedoeling sou gewees het nie om sodanige verklaring af te lê,
how did you end up before Kenneth Clark for a statement?
hoe eindig u dan nou op haar by kolonel Clark om 'n verklaring af te lê?
My was gesê
I was told
te gaan doen samewerking moet gee.
you just have to cooperate.
En sê net vir die man wat sy nou was sê.
Just tell the man what you just told.
Want,
Said.
ja.
And if I understand what you said, it's what you were told to say.
Indien ek vir dit wat u gesê het verstaan, u het gesê dit wat u voorgesê gewees het.
Ja, my lord.
Korrek, die edele.
From the time you were taken at the hiking spot, Vredenberg Saldana hiking spot, up until the time you woke up in the morning, did you had anything to eat?
Vandat u opgetel gewees het daar sal dan na Vredenberg ry op punt. tot u wakker geword het u enige iets te ete gehad?
Ja,
Nou,
State witnesses in this trial within a trial told the court that you were taken to Saldanha police station.
staatsgetuies in hierdie verhoor, binne verhoor het vir die hof gesê dat u Saldanha polisiestasie toegeneem
After the interviews.
na die onderhoude.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg? Is dit korrek?
nee my lord.
Nee, u edele.
No, just to clarify it for the record. And I'm going to simplify it
Net
so that it's clear what the accused says.
net vir klarigheid
I'm just going to turn it into a question.
vir die rekord en ek gaan dit vereenvoudig en ek gaan dit in vraagvorm omskep.
Were you taken to Saldanha police station at all
Was
that morning of the 5th?
die oggend van die 5de was u enigstens Saldanha polisiestasie toegeneem gewees het?
Nee my lord.
No, my lord.
Thank you.
Dankie.
Yes, Mr. Kapai.
After you were taken before Colonel Clark,
Nadat u na kolonel Clark toegeneem is,
where were you taken to?
waarna toe is u daarna waarna toe is u?
Before you go on, I said before I took the short adjournment that I like to get the evidence in chronological form so that the sequence follows. Do you recall the engagement you had with Colonel Clark?
Na die kort
That was the
verdaging,
only witness that preferred to stand on his feet whilst testifying.
na die kort verdaging het ek gesê dat ek neem nou hierdie kort verdaging sodat ons nou hierdie getuienis en die korrekte volgorde kan hê. Ek wil by u weet na u gesprek met kolonel Clark, hy is al getuie wat verkies het om staande te getuig. Onthou u wat het gebeur na u by hom gewees het, die gesprek met hom?
Ja my lord.
Yes, my lord.
So, if I understand your evidence correctly,
Indien ek u getuienis reg verstaan,
you slept in the car, then you were taken to Vredenburg to Dr. Nell, and then you went to Colonel Clark.
u het in die voertuig geslaap toe u Vredenburg hospitaal toegeneem is. Daar vandaan af is na kolonel Clark toegeneem.
Seaborder ja.
Seaborder, my lord.
But you saw Colonel Clark.
Toe het sien ek kolonel Clark.
Is korrek my lord.
Correct, my lord.
And everything we saw on the video with Colonel Clark, you've got no problem with it.
En alles wat ons gesien het waarby kolonel Clark betrokke is op die beeldmateriaal of die video, het geen probleem daarmee nie.
Nee my lord.
None whatsoever, my lord.
And do you remember that well?
En u onthou dit goed.
Ja my lord.
Except that there was a time when you indicated to him that you had tablets, he saw the tablets.
Behalwe dit is 'n stadium wat u aan hom aangedui het dat u is op medikasie, tablette, ons het die tablette gesien.
And that you were hungry.
En dat u honger is.
And of course you couldn't take the tablets unless you've had something to eat.
Natuurlik, u kon nie die pille drink tensy u iets te ete gehad het.
Is korrek my lord.
Correct, my lord.
And he then, correctly it seems, decided to terminate the engagement with you and said there was first ensure that you have something to eat and so forth.
Hy het toe dan op sy beurt daar en daar besluit om daar onderhoud te staak tensy hy iets het om te eet.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Korrek, edele?
And all of that you remember clearly.
En alles daarin is nog helder in u geheue.
Ja, my lord.
Ja, u edele?
Did you understand everything that he did and explained to you?
Het u alles verstaan wat hy aan u verduidelik het?
Nee, my lord.
Nou, my lord,
So what did you not understand?
wat is dit toe wat u nie verstaan het nie?
With Colonel Clark, we're getting to Sekwe later. I'm talking about Colonel Clark.
Fokus asseblief op die stadium na kolonel Clark. Ons gaan later die dag by Sekwe uitkom. Ek is meer spesifiek op kolonel Clark op die stadium.
Daar's wat dryf my wat heilig dat ek nie verstaan het.
There is what you explained to me that I did not understand.
Maar ek het net gesê ja,
I just said yes.
Why?
Hoekom?
van my was dit ek met samewerking gee.
I was told to cooperate, my lord.
In what sense?
En wat is dit?
Net ek met samewerking gee.
I must just give my cooperation, my lord.
And what did you understand by that?
Hoe die daardeur verstaan? Hierdie samewerking wat jy moet verleen, wat het jy daardeur verstaan?
Sy sal net antwoord wat hulle vra by jou
You will just answer what is being asked to you
en verduidelik jou storie.
explain your version.
You see, the reason why I'm asking you is
Meneer,
because
sê-
Colonel Clark never got to any of the contentious issues.
Sê nie meneer, hoekom ek vir hierdie vraag vra? Kolonel Clark het by nêrens op hierdie betwiste faktore uitgekom nie.
Ja, maar
Vraagstukke.
hy het my net verduidelik van die kamer waar ons nou sit
He just explained me as to the room in which you were seated,
en dat er niemand is hier
that there's no one present, no one else is present.
en dat ek my veilig voel
I must feel safe.
en as net ons wat hier is,
It's just the two of us were there, or it's us that were there.
maar in daai tyd
But during that time,
was ek eintlik met hom gewees.
I was not with him.
What do you-
Actually, I was not with him.
What do you mean?
Wat probeer u sê?
Want ek was honger en ek was moeg
Because I was tired, I was hungry,
en onder pyn
I'm in pain.
en dan kom ek maar net vir alles ja gesê.
That is just, I just said yes for everything, my Lord.
Yeah, so now you can move on, Ms. Kabai. You wanted to skip that part.
Juffrou Kabay, kom
So
ons
now you
beweeg
can
nog aan.
move on after Clark had excused him and leave the evidence from there.
Kom ons beweeg aan, Juffrou Kabay, want ek wil probeer om daardie gedeelte te vermy, want ek het vir kolonel Clark verskoon.
Yes. That the document that was completed by Colonel Clark as part of the record. That's Exhibit HH.
Die dokument wat deur kolonel Clark ingevul is deel van die rekord, dis bewysstuk HH voor die
And
hof.
it's reflected in the Exhibit 2.
Dit is hoe dit weerspieël in die bewysstukke, dit is bewysstuk 2,
That is for the record.
net vir die rekord.
Thank you, my lord.
Dankie u edele,
Mr. Van Rijn,
meneer Van Rijn.
after Kenneth Clark left, where were you taken to?
Kolonel Clark is toe weg, waarna toe is toe geneem?
Sandalina by Jalligis.
St. Helena by, sir?
Sjelle.
Cells.
Yes.
After you were taken into St. Helena base cells, when were you taken out again and for what?
Is toe St. Helena Bay se aanhoudingscelle toe gaan neem, van is toe weer daar uitgehaal en vir watter doeleindes?
Om meneer Seekoei te sien mos.
To go and see Mr. Seekoei,
Maar ek dink dit was dieselfde dag.
but I think it was the same day.
Were you told why you are being brought before Captain Sikri?
Is u toe ingelig hoekom word u na Seekoei toe geneem?
Ja, meneer.
Ja, het hulle.
What were you told?
Wat is toe aan u gesê?
Dat ek aan die slaap geraak het die oggend
That I fell asleep the morning
en dat ek nou die verklaring moet gee.
that now I have to make the statement now. To provide them with a statement now.
Yes.
How was your state when you appeared before Captain Sikri?
U verskyn toe nou voor Kaptein Seekoei en wat het toestand is u toe? Hoe voel u?
Tyd wil my behalwe meneer Seekoei, hulle het my gevat voor. Meneer Clark het hulle my selletjies teruggevat om te gaan rus.
Maar Captain Clark took me to the cells first to go and rest.
Maar ek het hier ek kan ook slaap in daai tyd wil my behalwe meneer Seekoei nie.
But then by the time they came to fetch me for Mr. Seekoei, I had not slept. By then.
En ek is na meneer Seekoei toe en ek het die verklaring aan hom wat
I was then taken to
hy die verklaring gevat van my.
Weren't you taken to Dr. Zambri first before you went to Seekoei?
Was in eerste by Dr. Zemri nie? Voor
Ja,
hy na Seekoei toe
ja
gegaan?
my lord.
Yes, my lord.
I thought I had asked that we deal with things in sequence. So he didn't sleep in the cells.
Het hy
When he
geslaap?
went to the cells.
Het hy geslaap by die aanhoudingscelle nie? Toe hy na die celle toe gegaan het.
Ek was in die selle maar ek het geslaap.
I was in the cells, but I did not sleep.
Did you get something to eat?
Het hy iets te ete gehad?
Ja my lord.
Yes, my lord.
And did you take your medication?
Het hy medikasie geneem of gedrink?
Ja my lord.
Right, thank you, Mr. Kabai.
Thank you, my lord. Before we go to the office, before we go for the taking of the statement,
Voor ons aan beweeg na die bekomming van daardie verklaring toe,
you were first taken to a doctor,
is eerstens na 'n dokter toe geneem,
Dr. Zimri,
Dr. Zemri,
for medical examination.
vir die mediese ondersoek.
Is that correct?
Reg so meneer?
Ja my lord.
Correct, my lord.
She was called before this court.
Sy is na hierdie hof toe geroep
And she told this court that she didn't undress you.
sy het vir die hof gesê dat sy nie vir u onklee nie.
I was also in court when she testified, so I heard it.
Ek was ook in die hof teenwoordig tydens haar getuienis, derhalwe het ek dit gehoor.
Where's the question?
Wat is die vraag?
When she was examining you,
Tydens die ondersoek deur haar,
were you only with her in the examination rooms or there were police officers?
was dit slegs u en sy in haar spreekkamer of was daar nog polisiebeamptes by?
Daar was politieampte by, ja.
There were police officers, yes.
I noticed from the J88 that you didn't tell her that you were pinched from your private parts.
Vanuit die jaar 88 merk ek op dat u nie vir haar daarvan verwittig dat u privaat dele is geknyp nie. U noem dit aan haar.
Ek het nie waar gesê nie, want ek was skaam alwees.
I did not tell her because I was ashamed.
Was that the only reason?
Is dat al rede, meneer?
Ja, en dat ek wel alles wat duidelik het,
And yes, and also did not want to explain everything
want die polisieman is ook by my.
because there was a police officer present.
Yes.
Why you didn't want to explain your whole injuries in the presence of the police?
Hoekom wil u nie vir haar vertel van u beserings in hulle geheel en die teenwoordigheid van die polisiebeampte? Geheel en al vir haar vertel wat u oorgekom het in die teenwoordigheid van haar beampte?
Ek was bang om te vertel voor hom.
I was scared to relay in front of him.
Were you given any medication after the examination?
Na die ondersoek het die dokter vir u enige medikasie gegee?
This is now Dr. Zimri. On the second occasion, we know that Dr. Nell gave you medication. So, in the afternoon when you went to Dr. Zimri, did you get medication from
Die
her?
middag toe u na dokter Zemri toe is het enige medikasie ontvang?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Thank you.
And after the examination, where were you taken to?
Na die ondersoek waarna toe is u geneem?
Do you still remember?
Onthou u nog waarheen is toe na die ondersoek?
Ja, my lord.
No, my lord.
Do you know where you saw Captain Siakwe?
Onthou u waar u vir kaptein Seekoe gesien het?
Ja, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
So you don't know where you were taken, but you know where you saw Captain
U
Siakwe.
weet nie waarheen u vir geneem nie, maar u weet dat u het vir Seekoe gesien.
Ek as nou my tweede, as dit nou my tweede by my eerste dokter Nel gewees.
Firstly, Dr. Nell,
Toe kom ons weer by die hospitaal.
Wie
Dokter
het-
Nel is daar nie.
we returned back to the hospital. Dr. Nell was not
No,
present.
no.
Toe sien ek by dokter Zimri.
I saw Dr. Zemri.
Mr. Van Rijn, just listen to my questions.
Meneer Van Rijn, luister asseblief na my vraag.
The reason why I had to intervene here,
Die rede hoekom ek hier ingryp,
because when the prosecutors are going to cross-examine
van
you,
wanneer die staat vir u gaan kry so 'n vraag,
and you say that you didn't know where you were taken after you were at the hospital,
en u sê u weet nie waarna toe is u geneem nadat u by na die hospitaal toe geneem is,
they will in all probability ask you, but were you taken to see Captain Siakwe?
hulle gaan in alle waarskynlikheid vir u vra, was u na kaptein Seekoe toe geneem?
And then you're going to say yes.
dan sal u sê ja,
And then they'll ask you, but where did you see Captain Seekoe?
en dan gaan hulle vir u vra waar
And
presies die
then
kaptein
you're
Seekoe
going to say
gesien.
at sea border.
Dan gaan u sê dat by die seegrens.
And then they're going to tell you, why did you just lie to the court?
Dan gaan hulle vir u konfronteer en vir hulle vra en vir u vra hoekom het u sopas leuns aan die hof vertel.
So that's why I want to clarify it.
Dit is hoekom ek klarigheid daarop wil hê,
Because I can see that either you didn't understand the question,
want ek merk op u het liewer nie die vraag verstaan nie, ieder
because
die vraag
it
verstaan
wasn't
nie,
precise, or you were defensive.
Or
That's not
is-
my job.
or-
That's for the prosecutors to deal with.
Or is
They
bloot-
cross-examine you.
verdedigend. Dit is nie my werk nie, dit is vir die staat om daarmee te werk te gaan.
But I want to ensure that you understand the question
Maar ek wil seker maak dat u wel die vraag verstaan
and that I note the correct answer to the question.
en dat ek maak korrekte aantekeninge rakende daardie vraag. Ek notuleer dit korrek gebaseer op daai vraag.
Are you with me?
Is u by my, meneer?
Ja, my lord.
Yes, ja, edele.
So I'm going to take a step back
Ek neem vir 'n treetjie terug
and we're going to start again after you left. I'm going to ask your counsel to take a step back and start again after you left the rooms of Dr. Zimri
Ek versoek
at
u
Vredenburg.
Ek versoek die regsteenwoordiger om 'n treetjie agtertoe te neem en ons begin by die punt waar u Dr. Zimri se kamers verlaat of spreekkamer verlaat. Ons het by daar begin.
Ja, my lord.
Yes,
And just listen to the question and answer the question.
meneer, luister asseblief na die vraag en antwoord daarop.
Are you with me, Mr.
Is u by my, meneer Van Ryn?
Ja, my lord.
Ja, u edele.
Now I'm giving you advice when I'm saying this to you.
Luister, dit is advies, dit is 'n raad. Ek gee vir u raad, meneer.
And you will realize later on
U gaan later besef
what the consequences are if you don't follow my advice.
die nagevolge van nie ag te slaan op my raad,
Because the prosecutors are going to have a field day.
want dit gaan 'n feesviering wees vir die aanklaers.
If you don't listen and you might have misunderstood a question,
En die nie
have
luister
given
nie,
an
dalk
answer.
het u die vraag misverstaan.
Right?
Ja, my lord.
Good.
Yes, ja, edele.
So it's 20. Into 28 minutes or 29 minutes past. So I've interrupted Ms. Nkabai's
Ek het nou
thought.
mevrou
No problem, my lord.
So I'm going to take a short break
Ek neem 'n kort pause
of 10 minutes
10 minute breek
so that we can just take a step back, take a deep breath, start again.
haal diep asem, neem 'n treetjie agtertoe.
So 10 minutes, it's until 22. It's about 11 and a half minutes. Until 22:11.
Tot met 20 voor 11.
And then I intend taking a half an hour lunch today. But I want to get to a point. First prize for me. And if I have my way, and you might have your say before I have my way, I would like to make a ruling by tomorrow afternoon. Told you yesterday, so we might sit late today. So warrant officer, if you want to check for accommodation in the meantime, His mom is very fine, you'd have no problem driving after dark. Okay. Court adjourned till 22.
All right.
Following. Robert Jones bandage on left knee, not removed. Bruising over right knee, abrasions to right shoulder, healing. Abrasions posterior to right elbow, healing. Abrasions to left wrist, healing. No new fresh injuries noted. That's what the exhibit reads like, and that was the evidence. There was no evidence about injuries to the feet.
I will leave that.
Ek laat dit daar.
When you appeared before Dr. Zimri,
Toe ek voor Dr. Zimri verskyn het,
she has noticed some injuries on your body.
het sy sekere beserings op jou liggaam opgemerk.
Do you agree with me?
Stem u saam met my?
Ja, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
Immediately from the doctor's rooms,
Kort na die dokter se spreekkamer
you are taken before Sikwi
is na Sekooi toe geneem
for the taking of a statement.
vir die bekoming van daardie verklaring.
How was your condition?
En watter toestand is u toe teen daai tyd?
Moeg en pyn.
Tired and in pain?
Were you in a position to be giving out statement in that condition?
Was u in staat om 'n verklaring te verskaf onder daai toestand?
Ja.
No.
Yes.
Who told you to go before Colonel Sikwe,
Wie het vir u
Captain Sikwe, for him to take a statement from you?
wie het vir u na kaptein Sekooi toe verwys vir die bekoming van daardie verklaring?
Ek was nie seker nie.
I'm not sure.
Was it a police officer from the people who assaulted you the previous night?
Was dit vir 'n polisiebeampte van die persone wat u die vorige aand aangerand het?
Ja, maar hulle was almal deel, ja. Maar dat wat die mense wat my gepad en meneer Sekooi as deel van die mense wat op Seaboard.
People who took me to Captain Sekooi are people that were with me at sea border. They were all part of.
And those people who took you to Captain Sikwe,
En die mense wat weer na Captain Sekooi toe geneem het,
were amongst those people who tortured you the previous night.
'n deel van die mense wat u die vorige aand gemartel het, was deel van die mense wat u die vorige aand gemartel het.
Ja, my lord.
No, my lord.
When you say these people who brought you before Captain Sikwe were part of those people, what do you mean?
As u sê nou die
No. He's just now, he's given two conflicting versions of it, and I've noted it as such. First one was that they were there. They were at sea border. And the next question was a statement to him, which he denied. So I've got two pieces of evidence on the record in evidence in chief. One is that the people who took him were part at sea border. The next one is that they were not. I don't know which one is now the evidence, but it's on the record. I indicated earlier about the preciseness of the questions, but it is what it is. Can you remember who took you from Saldanha, from St. Helena, to the hospital?
Kan u onthou wie het vir u vanaf St. Helena na die hospitaal toe gaan neem?
Ja, my Lord.
No, my Lord.
Can you say the people who took you from St. Helena to the hospital were the same people that were at Sea Border the previous evening, through the night?
U sê die mense wat u vanaf St. Helena hospitaal toe gaan neem het, is dieselfde mense wat by die Sea Border gewees het die vorige aand.
Ja, my Lord.
No, my Lord.
Do you know whether the people who took you from the hospital then to Sea Border to go and see Captain Sekui, whether they were part of the people that were there the previous night?
Weet u dalk of die mense wat u vanaf die hospitaal toe gevat het na die Sea Border toe gaan neem het, na Kaptein Sekui toe, of het die mense wat daar gewees het die vorige aand?
Ja, my Lord.
No, my Lord.
Do you know whether, now that we know you don't know whether they were there, whether they were part of the investigating team?
No, weet ons dat u weet nie of hulle nie daar was nie. Weet u of hulle deel van die ondersoekspan gewees het?
Ja, my Lord.
No, my Lord.
Thank you, Ms. Kabay, sorry.
You said because of pains, you were not in a position to proceed with the taking or giving of statement.
U sê as gevolg van die pyn, u was nie in staat vir die voorsitting vir die bekoming van daardie verklaring nie.
Is correct, my Lord.
Correct, my Lord.
Did you tell Captain Sekui that?
Het u vir Kaptein Sekui dit vertel?
Ja, my Lord.
No, my Lord.
Why you didn't tell him?
Hoekom het u nie vir hom dit gesê nie?
Van,
That you are not in a position to continue with the taking of the statement because you are tired and you are in pains.
Dat u is nie in staat om vir u 'n verklaring te verskaf nie, want u is onder pyn en is moeg.
ek het gevoel gaan ek hom sê, en hy kan sien, hy is 'n groot man, hy kan sien mos.
He is an adult man. He can see. I was of the opinion I am not going to tell him that he can see.
Dat ek net daar is om my samewerking te gee.
I'm only there to cooperate.
En dat is wat ek gedoen het.
And that is what I did.
Yes, thank you.
Now you are before Captain Sekui.
Nou is hy voor Kaptein Sekui.
Were you before him for the taking of the statement out of your free will?
Is hy daar in sy teenwoordigheid vir die bekoming van haar verklaring uit die eie wil? Hy is gewillig om daar te wees?
Ja, my Lord.
No, my Lord.
Yeah.
Can you explain further on that?
Kan jy asseblief meer uitbrei omtrent daardie? Meer?
Vir my was net gesê, maar sy moet nou samewerking gee.
I was just told you must give your cooperation,
En ek het dit net gegee.
and that's what I did.
What is the cooperation you are referring to?
Die samewerking waarna u verwys, wat is hierdie samewerking waarna u verwys?
Dat die man jou verklaring vat, wat sy nie beogen met meneer Klaar kan klaar maak het.
Dat the man will acquire the statement which you failed to furnish Clark with.
I don't think, Mr. Van Rijn, you understand my question.
Meneer Van Rijn, ek dink nie dat u my vraag verstaan nie.
You told this court you were not before Captain Sikwi for the taking of the statement freely. Now my question is, why? Can you explain before this court when you say you are not there out of your free will? What do you mean?
Meneer Van Rijn, iets op pas vir die hof gesê dat toe u voor kaptein Seekoe verstaan, u was nie gewillig gewees om daarvoor om te wees. Nou wil ek by u weet, wat probeer u sê dat u was daar onwillig? Wat probeer u sê?
Van, het was net my eie uit die van my was gesê, maar sy sal dit daar wat die manier sê.
It was not out of my own free will. I was told that this is what you will tell that gentleman,
En dat is wat ek gedoen het.
and that's what I did.
I noticed from the video,
Ek het van op die video opgemerk,
especially the last part of the video,
veral die laaste gedeelte van daardie video.
the last question that was put to you by Captain Sikwe is as follows.
Die laaste vraagie aan u deur kaptein Seekoe is soos volg:
Were you involved in the disappearance of Joshlin?
was u betrokke in Joshlin se verdwyning?
And your answer was,
En die
no,
antwoord daarop
nee, meneer.
is no, sir.
And after that,
Daarna
he signed the document and you signed the document.
onderteken hy die dokument sowel as u.
But after the signing of the document,
En na die onderteken van daardie dokument
I see you
merk ek op u
giving Captain Sikwe some statement.
gee vir kaptein Seekoe nog 'n verklaring.
Why? After you've already said, no, meneer, I was not involved.
Hoekom nie? Want het al reeds gesê dat nee meneer, ek was nie betrokke nie. Hoekom dan?
Document is signed.
Die dokument is onderteken.
Why now you had something else to add?
Hoekom dan nog iets byvoeg?
Ek het vergeet wat vir my gesê was, wat ek
Af-
moet by eet.
I forgot what was told that I had to add on.
Dat ek die volgende dag na Magalima toe sal gaan vir my kat.
Sorry, herhaal asseblief.
Dat ek die volgende dag
That the next morning
na Magalima toe sal gaan
I'll go to Makalima
vir my kat.
for my portion.
I could see you from the video when you were giving this piece of evidence. You looked scared.
Ek kon sien tydens hierdie
You looked confused.
byvoeging van die laaste gedeelte dat u blyk bang, het verskyn bang, u verskyn verwaard.
Before the interpreter interprets the question, I'm going to ask Ms. Nkabai to complete the statement and the question. Don't interpret it yet because it's clear there's going to be an objection. But I can't rule on the objection unless Ms. Nkabai had completed her statement. Yes, thank you. So you say you could see that he looked scared and then your colleague jumped up.
You looked. Can I continue?
Yes,
now?
yes.
Thank you. From the video,
Vanuit die video
in the eyes of the defense,
en die verdediging se oordeel
you looked confused, scared,
verskyn
disorientated, but you kept
Just a
on.
moment, just one moment. Mr. Yankees, I said, don't interpret it yet. I first have to rule on the admissibility of it. But I want the statement to be completed, so don't interpret it yet. I want to listen to the question.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, thank you. Yes, you may conclude.
Why did you look in the manner in which you appeared on the video?
Okay, is that the question?
Yes, my lord.
Yes, Ms. Swanepoel.
My lord, I wish to object. I don't know if my learned colleague at this stage is testifying, because she is putting to him how she thinks he appeared and then asks him to comment on that. My lord, it is for this honourable court to evaluate the real evidence and to come to a conclusion. This is not a question that this witness can answer, as the court pleases.
Objection is upheld for the following reasons. The preamble to the question is suggestive of an answer. 2, it's an opinion of counsel on the evidence presented, which is not the place of counsel. The question, however, and the answer is, it will require from Mr. Van Ryn, might be important. So I'm going to uphold the objection. I'm not going to ask Mr. Mkabai to rephrase it now, because it's already there. Because despite my request, it was still interpreted. So I'm going to rephrase the question the way I understood it. If I make a ruling in a particular way, I expect everyone to abide. I don't want there to be misunderstandings. So I'm going to rephrase. Now, remember you telling us, and this can now be interpreted.
Nou, u het vir ons gesê en dit kan nou getolk word.
You told us, Mr. Van Ryn, you know, you were disheveled because you were tired.
Meneer Van Ryn, u kan vir ons gesê dat u is moeg,
You had pain.
u is onder pyn,
You went through this whole ordeal the previous evening.
u het deur hierdie hele ellende die vorige aand deurgemaak.
Why did you still cooperate?
Hoekom verleen u nog steeds u samewerking?
Je moet me samenwerking geven, wel, maar ik ging mijn samenwerking laat ik slaan naar de van mij.
I had to keep my cooperation and indicate to them that I'm giving my cooperation is to avoid the beatings.
So you can take it further, Ms. Mkabai, if you want to.
You are telling this court that you implicated yourself out of fear of being beaten.
U sê vir die hof dat u self geïmpliseer vanuit die vrees van die slaandery. U is bang vir die slaandery? Ja, derhalwe het u vir u geïmpliseer.
Let me rephrase this question.
Kom ek vra dit andersom?
That's wise.
Let me rephrase it, my
I
lord.
was waiting for...
Kom ek vra dit andersom?
And yes, he's already told us that. So you don't have to repeat it, and that's most probably why the prosecutor didn't jump up. But it was so leading. But that's what he just told us. And I'm going to summarize why I didn't also challenge you, because
Okay.
in the context, he said, ma'am, you may have a seat. Thank you, because if you're standing there then I will see you at the corner of my eye and it distracts me. He added on that extra sentence because he realized I was told to say this. And if it's not there now, then the beatings will come. So I take it in that context. So I don't think you need to repeat
No,
the
no, my
question.
lord, not at
Thank
all.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Rijn. Thank you, my lord.
Dankie meneer Van der Rijn, dankie edele.
That's fine, thank you. Now you are before Captain Sikwe.
Nou is u voor kaptein Seekoei.
We've seen from the TV,
Ons het op die televisie gesien.
most of the time you were sleeping,
Die meeste tyd slaap u.
you were drowsy,
Is lomerig,
you were yawning,
gapend.
you will keep your arms up sometimes.
By tye lig u arms op.
Now here is the question.
Die volgende is 'n vraag.
In the eyes of the defense,
En die verdediging sy oë,
every time you were holding that bottle to drink,
elke keer wanneer jy hierdie waterbotteltjie gehad het om te drink,
you will be careful with your elbow. You will hold your elbow like this. Every time you were drinking, you will hold your elbow like this.
is baie versigtig vir u elleboog. Dit was 'n manier hoe u elleboog beheer.
This is in the video, and we've watched this video.
Dit is op u beeldmateriaal en ons het die beeldmateriaal besigtig.
And this video is entered in court.
En hierdie video is in die hof ingehandig.
Why every time you were taking that small bottle of water to drink, you will be careful with your elbow and try to hold it like
Hoekom
this?
elke keer wanneer u hierdie waterbotteltjie in die hand gehad het en probeer te drink, dat wat u baie versigtig te werk gegaan met daai elleboog.
Ek kan nie presies sê nie, maar my hele liggaam het op pyn, my eiers, my been, alles het op pyn.
Say exactly, my whole body was so, my kroonjuwele was onder pyn, edele.
The Yankees decided to find a more decent word to translate what the accused refers to in the time of Easter. So he decided to translate it to crown jewels, kroonjuwele. I think he realized he might have got a bit of flack yesterday, the way he translated it. Yes, but it's a manner of speaking here in the Western Cape. That's how it's referred to in Afrikaans. So I'm not taking offense to the way Mr. Yankees puts the translation on record. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
Dankie edele.
On 3 occasions,
By 3 geleenthede,
and while you were sleeping, on the video,
terwyl jy geslaap het, volgens die video,
Captain Sikwe
kaptein Seekoei
was looking at you,
kyk na u, so,
looking at him.
ja.
Yes. And he could see that you were sleeping,
Hy kon gesien het dat u slaap,
but he didn't wake you up.
tog het hy nie vir u wakker gemaak nie.
My question now is,
Die volgende is die vraag,
did you follow those proceedings?
het u daardie prosedure gevolg, daardie verrigting gevolg?
Nou my lord,
Nee, edele.
So I just want to advise that I allowed the question, but it will be in dispute whether you were sleeping or not.
Ek het daardie vraag toegelaat, maar dit gaat betwis word. Later gaat dit betwis word of u geslaap het al dan nie.
So the fact that I allowed the question does not mean that I've made a finding on it.
Die feit dat ek daardie vraag toegelaat het, beteken nie dat ek 'n beslissing gemaak daaroor nie.
But I want the proceedings to flow.
Dis bloot dat ek wil hê die prosedure, die verrigtinge moet vloei. Dis hoekom ek dit toegelaat het, maar dit
And you can rest assured the prosecutors are going to cross-examine you on that.
bly verseker dat die staat gaan nie vir u daaroor aanvat, meneer.
You understand?
Is die verstaan maar?
Ja, my lord.
Hulle gaan u
But-
aanvat daarop.
But I get your answer
Ek kry u antwoord
that there were times that you didn't follow
dat by tye het u nie die verrigtinge gevolg nie,
because it's your evidence that you fell asleep.
want dit is u getuienis dat u in slaap geraak het.
Good?
Ja, my lord. Ja, my lord.
Thank you.
Korrek,
Mr. Kabay.
edele.
My Lord, can I ask my learned colleague, Ms. Ramon, to assist my client with a copy of
Exhibit
834 Exhibit JJ?
Exhibit JJ. I have it open in front of me. Which page do you want to go to?
Page,
Because then Mr. Yankees can open it straight out there.
Bladsy.
The questions are on page, the one that we refer to is on 21 of 26.
page 21, my Lord. The start of the
But
page 16, my Lord.
Twen-
Page 16, 16,
16. Right, 16 is the one with the statement.
with the statement, yes, my Lord.
So, Mr. Yankees, it says on top, part G, deal here,
Ek het dit.
and it's typed on top 16 of 26. So that we're all on the same page. Thank you. Everybody there that wants to go there?
You testify that Sergeant Fontaine asked you to tell you what happened on the 19th of February,
Dit is die getuienis dat
2024.
Kaptein Fortuin het u gevra wat op die 9 Februarie 2024 so gebeur het.
Is that correct?
Reg so?
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, my lord.
And that the statement you gave him, and that he was not happy with the statement that you gave him.
En dat die verklaring wat u vir hom gegee het en dat hy was nie gelukkig met die verklaring wat u vir hom gegee het.
Correct, my lord.
And that statement was prescribed to you.
En dat daardie verklaring is aan u voorgesê.
You were told what to say.
Ja, is voorgesê wat om te sê.
Correct, my lord.
I want you to read from paragraph 16 to paragraph 17.
You mean pages?
Page.
16, my lord.
Pages.
Ja, is die paragraaf.
You said paragraph, Mr. Kabay.
Oh, I said paragraph. My apologies. It's page 16 to page 17, my lord.
Your colleagues would be happy if they were paragraphs and not pages. But yes, Mr. Van Rijn,
Meneer Van Rijn,
can you read it yourself?
kan u dit
Or do you
saam
want Mr. Yankees to read it for you
Afrikaans. ja.
in
in
Afrikaans?
Afrikaans? You can read it in
Afrikaans,
Afrikaans and then I can interpret, my lord.
Okay,
You can read it in Afrikaans. I'll interpret it to English, my lord.
yeah. So read it aloud.
Lees het hardop en hoorbaar, meneer.
Op 19 Februarie maandag,
On the 19th of February, the Monday,
middag ongeveer
the afternoon approximately
1 o'clock,
1 o'clock,
Apollos se woonplek gegaan.
went to Apollos'
No, you left
There's a,
out.
li-
resident. They take it oorgelaat.
there's a line.
Het ek na.
Het ek na my vriend. Het ek na my vriend? Ja.
Vriend, sorry. Het ek na my vriend Jacqueline Apollos se woonplek gegaan
I went to my friend Japan Apollos' residence
in Middelpoort Saldanha
in Middelpoort, Saldanha.
Bay
Saldanha Bay, thank you.
gegaan.
Yes, I went there.
Jacqueline se noemnaam is Boeta.
Jacqueline's nickname is Buta.
Boeta het aan my gesê
Boeta told me
dat Raquel Smith,
that Raquel Smith,
alias Kelly,
alias Kelly,
dat hy vir Joshlin,
that he
dat hy vir Joshlin na
Haar.
Joshlin, haar dochter,
Joshlin haar dogter na Miss Makalima se huis moet neem.
that he must take Joshlin, her daughter, to Mrs. Makalima's house.
Ek het toe saam met Boeta vir Joshlin na Miss Makalima se huis geneem.
And then myself, together with Boeta, took Joshlin to Mrs. Makalima's house. Makalima wordt ook.
Makalima woon ook in Middelpos, nie ver van Boeta
Makalima also resides in Middelpos, not far from Boeta,
se huis af nie.
Boeta's house.
Ons het vir Joshlin daar met Miss Makalima gelos.
We left Joshlin with Mrs. Makalima.
Ons het toe daarna 'n microwave wat aan my behoort gaan verkoop.
After which we went to sell a microwave that belongs to me. We went to sell a microwave, my property.
Just hold the document there where you keep it.
I was
Thank you,
the document by email here.
Ms. Nkabai.
Mr. Van Rijn,
Meneer Van Rijn,
do you remember how did you give Captain Secret this information? Was he putting questions to you and then you will answer? I'm asking about
That
the
part.
part that you've just read.
hierdie gedeel, ek vra spesifiek oor hierdie gedeel wat u sopas gelees het, né? Het u reageer op 'n vraag deur kaptein Seepooi hoe dit te werk gegaan?
Dat is waar hy het my gevra om hom vertel wat gebeur het in 19.
He asked me to tell him as to what had happened on the 19th.
En ek het hom vertel.
And I told him,
And already at sea border offices, you were told what to say. When you gave Sergeant Fontaine your explanation about the 19th of February 2024, he was not happy with it.
alreeds,
Just one moment. So what is that now?
My lord?
What was that now? I can understand you repeating the evidence that he gave. But A, there's no question. B, if it is a question, it's leading. So, firstly, there's no need for us to repeat what's on record. And secondly, if that's a statement put to the witness, it will be inadmissible in law. So, either you rephrase the question or I will disallow the question, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. Going back to your statement,
terug na u verklaring toe, meneer,
the one you just read.
die een wat u sopas gelees het.
You said, okay, you said Captain Sikwe
Kaptein Seepooi
put questions to you regarding this statement.
het vrae aan u gestel rakende hierdie verklaring.
What is your answer?
Wat is die antwoord daarop?
Nee.
Nou,
That's also how I understood it. This part didn't come from questions. All he says is that Captain Sekwe asked him to tell what had happened on the 19th, and the evidence he gave was his words that I wrote down. He asked me to tell him what had happened on 19th of February, and I told him. That's how that came about. The questions are the ones that followed later. Because you were told your evidence was with Fortuin them. You were asked to tell them what had happened on the 19th.
Is
I heard that this morning.
voorgesê wat om te sê wat gebeur het.
No.
Oh, ja,
We're not even there yet. Remember you told me this morning that they told you when you got there to see border, they asked you to tell them what had happened on the 19th.
Correct, my lord.
Good. Then you told me that they weren't happy with your explanation.
Correct, my lord.
Then they told you a story,
Correct, my lord.
and everything else that happened there.
It's correct, my lord.
Good. So when Captain Sekui asked you to tell him, you told him what's written here. The stuff you just read. Those are your words. I'm not saying it's your original words, but those were the words spoken by you to Captain Sekui. Right?
Correct, my lord.
Now the question might be a single question as to where that came from. So I'm going to ask it to you so that we save time. So this is what you told Captain Sekui. What are you saying? Where does that come from? From your own knowledge or from another source?
As twee parts. Die microwave story is my eie story.
no, it's two parts. The microwave story, it's my own story.
En die kind na Makolima toe vat as meneer Fortuin is hulle story.
And taking of the child to Mrs. Makalima is Fortuin and them's own story.
Okay, so there are two parts. The one is your own, which you say is the truth, that your knowledge, and the part where you link to Makalima and the child that came from Mr. Fortuin then.
Correct, my lord.
Good. All right. Now I understand. Thank you, Ms. Mkabai.
Now I'll go to the question part. It's page 24, 20,
Page
at
20.
page 20.
Mr. Van Rijn, if you're going to read yourself, just give the document when you're done back to Mr. Yankees, and I'll tell you why. Earlier on, when Ms. Nkabai was asking you questions, you weren't concentrating on the questions. You were reading further on in the document. That's why Mr. Yankees, I saw it happen. Mr. Yankees said to you, "Gee dit hierso." Because he didn't, and he told you, listen to the question that your advocate's asking. Right, so after you've read, if you're going to be asked to read now, just rather put it next to you or give it to him.
Correct, my lord.
Because I cautioned you this morning, if you're not going to listen to the questions and the answers are going to come out skew, you're going to have a problem later this evening. And it seems to me they've swapped chairs there for some other reason. So that you now will have an Afrikaans advocate cross-examining you. Looks like it. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. From page 20
Vanaf bladsy 20
to 21,
tot met 21 hoofdstuk by 20. né?
I see the taking of the statement now was in a question and answer form.
Ek sien nou hierdie gedeelte nou is in 'n vraag en antwoord vorming.
Do you see that?
Sien jy dit?
Dis korrek, my lord.
Korrek, my lord.
There's a question I'm going to ask you.
Ek gaan vir 'n vraag vra.
It's on page 20,
Bladsy 20,
where it is written,
waar is dit geskryf?
where it is written, vrag.
So it's middle of the page. Can you see that? With the word
Correct, my lord.
vraag is written.
Korrek, my lord.
You want him to read it?
I wanted to put that question. I've changed my mind. I'm no longer going to put question regarding what is written there. My question is, the first question in page 21.
Die eerste vraag, bladsy 21, eerste vraag.
Can you read that question?
Lees asseblief die vraag. Lees self persoonlik die vraag, bladsy 21.
21.
Oh, ja, 21. Sorry.
Top of the page.
21.
The top of the page. The first question.
Ja, boone.
Die eerste vraag.
Ja. First question.
Wat het Kelly vir jou gesê?
What did Kelly tell you?
And your answer?
En die antwoord?
Dat 'n man met 'n rooi T-shirt vir Joshlin.
Dat 'n man met 'n red T-shirt vir Joshlin.
Now, here is my question now.
Die volgende is my vraag.
When Captain Sikri was testifying,
Toe kaptein Sekoe getuig het,
he said he has read the proforma back to you.
sê hy vir of dat hy hierdie vorm of hierdie vorm teruggelees het aan u.
But now, I'm having a problem of this answer. It doesn't make sense.
Maar ek het 'n probleem met hierdie antwoord van dis nie sinvoller nie.
Is it written before you
Soos dit daar geskryf is voor u,
in the proforma? Does it make sense?
maak dit sin vir u soos dit daar staan.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
In the proforma,
En hierdie vorm
he asked you
vra hy vir u
whether you were assaulted, threatened,
of u aangerand is, gedreig,
intimidated to make the statement.
geïntimideer om hierdie verklaring af te lê.
And your answer was,
En die antwoord daarop is soos volg:
meneer, meneer. Nee,
nee
meneer.
meneer of no sir.
Dis korrek.
Korrek, my lord.
Why did you say nee, meneer?
Hoekom sê u nee meneer?
Want hy vra nou by my as ek enige verserings, gedreigemente, maar hy het my gesien tyd toe ek aankom na hom toe.
He's asking me that now. Any threats, any injuries? But he saw me when I arrived at him.
So dat sê my maak nie sin.
Therefore, that tells me that it doesn't make sense.
Waar hy my vra,
What he's asking me.
maar hy sien ek sukkel om te loop.
He can see I'm struggling to walk.
I don't understand your answer.
Ek verstaan nie antwoord die meneer.
Question from your counsel is,
Die advokaat vra vir u.
he asked you and you answered nee, meneer.
Hy het vir u 'n vraag gestel. U antwoord daar aan hom deur te sê nee meneer.
Now you're telling me, but he could see.
Nou sê u vir my
What
dat
do
hy
you
kon
mean by
sien.
that?
tyd toe ek inkom by Seaborder kantoor,
Upon my arrival, when I entered the seaborder offices,
het ek gesien hoe die kaptein sit
I saw the captain sitting
en sit nou op my dop terwyl ek instap.
and watching me whilst I was walking in.
So hy kan gesien het dat iets fout is met my.
Therefore, he could have seen that something is not in order, something is amiss with me.
Yes.
Maar nog steeds vra hy om my as ek 'n innige probleme het of
Yet, he's asking me if there are any problems.
Yes.
en ek het vir hom gesê nee.
And I said to him, no.
The question was why.
Die vraag is,
That was the question from your counsel.
die advokaat se
Why
vraag
did you
is,
tell him nee, meneer?
die advokaat se vraag is, hoekom sê u vir hom, nee meneer?
Van hy kan sien ek is reg met die klomp.
You can see that something is not right.
The question then still remains.
Die vraag bly staan, meneer.
Why do you then say nee, meneer?
Hoekom sê u dan nog vir hom, nee meneer?
It's your,
Ek kan net my samewerking gegee.
I just gave my cooperation. I just cooperated.
so why this long answer that you just gave?
Nou, maar hoekom nou hierdie lang antwoord wat u so pas vir die hof gegee het?
Ja, my lord.
Sê jammer, maar sorry my lord.
But that's why I'm asking you. I don't understand the answer.
Dis hoekom ek vir u sê, ek verstaan nie die antwoord nie.
Because if that was your thinking,
Indien dit nou u denke
To answer-
sou gewees het,
to answer nee, meneer,
deur te sê, deur te regeer, deur te sê, nee meneer,
the first response would be, maar jy kan mos sien.
die eerste reaksie sal
You
wees
can
dat-
see.
Die eerste reaksie gaan wees, maar jy kan mos sien. You can see.
Do you agree with me?
Stem u saam met my?
Staan maar my lord.
Understood, my lord?
Okay. All right.
Mr.
After all this dental work, we got an answer.
Thank you, my lord.
Dankie, u edele.
Mr. Van Rijn,
Meneer Van Rijn,
it is your testimony that
dit is die getuienis die dat
a night previous to you giving the statement, you were tortured.
die aand van tevore, of die vorige aand, was u gemartel, meneer?
Just a moment. Are
Korrek, my
you,
lord.
Korrek, edele.
just a moment. Mr. Van Rijn, can you now see where the problem comes in?
Meneer Van Rijn,
On
besef
this
u nou,
last one, that I had to go take time to repeat things to you because you reading that document instead of listening to the question.
meneer
Ja,
Van
was
Rijn,
gewoon my
besef u
lord.
nou, ja, besef u nou dan, in plek daarvan, om na u advokaat se vraag te luister, is dit besig om hierdie verklaring te lees.
Vra verskoning my lord.
I apologize, my lord.
Yeah, but you're not doing yourself any favors.
Ik benadeel uzelf. Ik benadeel
Your,
uzelf.
your counsel is trying her best to keep you focused.
Die advokaat strewe daarna of probeer haar bes om vir u gefokus te hou of attent te hou.
But if you're going to start reading other stuff, then you're not going to answer the questions.
Maar nou as u nou gaat begin vir u besig deur ander goedjies te lees, dan gaan u nie op haar vraag antwoord nie.
Is korrek, my lord.
Correct, my lord.
So just listen.
Luister
Listen, Kabay.
asseblief. Luister
I only realized on the next question that he wasn't looking at us. He was reading the document again.
Luister asseblief na u advokaat se vraag, meneer, want ek het nou
Thank you, my lord.
dankie,
Ja.
edele.
It is your testimony that
Dit is die getuienis die dat
the night before you were taken to give the statement before Captain Sikwe, you were tortured.
die vorige aand, al voor u na kaptein Seekwe geneem gewees het om daar die verklaring te verskaf, was u gemartel gewees.
Now my question is,
My vraag is soos volg.
when Captain Sikwe was asking you whether you were assaulted or threatened, why you didn't tell him that I
No,
was
Frau-
tortured the previous night?
Nou vra kaptein Seekwe vir u Was u gemartel gewees? Hoekom sê u nie vir hom nie? Hoekom sê u nie vir seker dat hy was gemartel gewees?
Ik was bang dat ik voor hem gaat zeggen, de goed, dan gaat hij de goed misschien wel ook wat ja.
I was afraid, should I tell him these things? Just now you go tell him these things as well.
Van ik zei nou dat in
What I'm telling him, this is what I'm telling him. You just go and tell them that.
My Lord, can we have a short adjournment?
Oh, 15 minutes? 15 minutes, okay?
Yes, my lord.
11:50. Then we're going to try and push through warrant officer. If the food's here at 12:30, you just give me the heads up, because then we work out the time so that we have sensible intervals and we take the lunch and adjournment then. Otherwise, we'll push through until the food arrive and then take a half an hour. And then we'll take it from there. Court ledger.
All rise.
We took a few minutes longer as, except for Ms. Nkabai, who was probably still busy with a client, I just raised some logistical issues with council, and I kept them slightly longer. I'll discuss with Ms. Nkabai later on, but the discussion was whether we could potentially start at 8 tomorrow morning, to see whether we can finish slightly earlier, because the traffic is going to be a nightmare for the people driving, and that will be subject to whether SAPS will be able to bring the accused here on time, and whether all of us can be available. But just thought I'll place on record that's part of the delay. Mr. Van Ryn, you still under oath?
Correct, my lord.
No reading material with you?
Is daar.
Good. Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Mr. Van Ryn, it is your testimony that
Meneer Van Ryn, dis die getuienis dat
you were forced to give a statement.
jy is gedwing om daardie verklaring te gee.
Now, here is the question.
Die volgende is 'n vraag.
When Captain Sekwe
Toe kaptein Seekooi
asked you whether you were influenced to give the statement,
vir u gevra het of u beïnvloed is om daardie verklaring te gee,
your answer was nee, meneer.
die antwoord daarop is nee, meneer.
Why did you give Captain Sekwe this answer?
Hoekom hierdie antwoord aan kaptein Seekooi?
Van gee ek hom die antwoord, dan kan hy dalk die antwoord oordra wat ek nou wil is so complain.
Should I not give him that answer, then he might relay the answer as a complaint.
Okay. Sergeant Fontaine has testified that at around 11 p.m.,
Sergeant Fontaine het getuig gesê dat ongeveer 11 uur die aand
he has explained to you your constitutional rights.
het hy aan u grondwetlike regte voorgelees of verduidelik.
What is your comment with this?
Wat is die kommentaar daarop?
Nee,
Nou,
Captain Lombard
kaptein Lombard
has testified that at about 2 a.m.,
het getuig gesê ongeveer 2 uur
he has explained to you your
jammer.
he has explained to you your constitutional rights.
Het hy aan u grondwetlike regte voorgelees of verduidelik.
What is your answer?
Wat is die antwoord?
kan wees, ek is seker nie.
Can be, I am not sure.
Sergeant Johnson
Sergeant Johnson
has testified that at around 4 a.m. in the morning,
het sy getuig gesê dat ongeveer 4 uur die oggend
she has explained to you your constitutional rights.
het sy aan u grondwetlike regte verduidelik.
What is your comment with this?
Wat sê u daarop?
Ek is seker nie.
I am not certain.
At Seaboard.
Dat net vir konteks, die was by die seegrens kantore.
Correct, my lord.
And that form was filled in.
Die teken daar vorm ingevul is of voltooi.
You were given a copy.
Is afskrif gegee.
Can you remember that?
Correct, my lord.
Because later the morning when you were with Colonel Clark,
Wat later die oggend by kolonel Clark,
he did the same thing, but then you gave him your copy.
hy het
Both you and Buta actually gave the colonels the copies that you received from Sergeant Johnson.
het hy dieselfde gedoen en u het eie uit het u vir hom u eie kopie of afskrif getoon aan hom wat Sergeant Johnson aan u gegee het.
Correct, my lord.
En dis nou beide u en Boeta, né?
Now the question is, do you remember that explanation by Sergeant Johnson out of your own, from what you can imagine he was sitting in that car that morning? Can you remember it?
Die vraag is, kan u nou onthou dit, of Sergeant Johnson dit aan u so verduidelik het, dit toe in die oggend in hy kar gesê het uit die eie uit, onthou u dit uit die eie uit?
Is correct, my lord.
Correct, my lord.
The reason why I asked you is because you said you're not sure, and I just wanted you to know exactly what we're talking about.
Is onzeker, nou weet ek nie waarvan u praat nie. Ek is nie seker waarvan u praat nie. Want die antwoord hier is dat ek is onzeker.
Good, thank you.
Did you see Captain Lombard
Het jy Kaptein Lombard gesien?
during the night?
At Seaborder.
At sea border, yes, my lord. At sea border officers
By seegrense kantoor die aand,
during the night you were tortured?
tydens die marteling, die aand van die marteling,
Is correct, ja.
correct is.
What did he do? What was his part?
Wat het hy gedoen? Wat was sy deelname? Waarmee was hy besig gewees?
Hy het gesê wat dat die mense moet gedonder word.
He said these people must be beaten up.
Were those his words?
Dat zijn sy presiese woorde. Die mense moet gedonder word. Sy
Correct, my
presiese
lord.
woorde.
Correct, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
I have no further questions, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai. Okay, who's batting?
I am, my lord. I am.
Good. Just ensure that your microphone is on.
It's on now. Thank you, my lord.
Just before you start, Ms. Swanepoel, Mr. Van Rijn, do you know what's going to happen now?
Meneer Van der Rijn, weet jy wat nou gaan plaasvind?
Is correct, my lord.
Correct, my lord.
So I want you to concentrate,
Concentreer asseblief.
listen to the questions.
Luister na die vraag.
If you don't understand, you
En die
tell
nie
us.
verstaan nie,
Is correct, my lord.
Thank you, Ms.
leg
Swanepoel.
jou van en die nie verstaan nie. Focus asseblief.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Van Rijn, just before we start, let me make sure of one thing.
Meneer Van der Rijn, net voor ons begin, kom ek maak seker, net een iets seker te maak.
To me, it appears as if you understood the court proceedings.
Vir my blyk dit asof u volg die hofverrigtinge, of u verstaan die hofverrigtinge.
Is correct, my lord.
Correct, my lord.
And on a number of occasions, I saw that you put up your hand to call Ms. Mkabai so that you could give her further instructions.
En telke male het ek opgemerk dat u die hand opgehef ten einde juffrou Mkabai se aandag te trek sodat u vir haar instruksies kan gee.
Is correct, my lord.
Correct, my lord.
And we've observed
Ons het ook waargeneem
also that even though you wouldn't put up your hand,
That's-
Ms. Nkabai would approach you.
dat selfs by tye waar u nie u hand opgehef het nie, dat juffrou Mkabai vir u genader.
Do you agree?
Stem u saam met die hof?
Is correct, my lord.
Correct, edele.
Is your impression also the same as mine? That Ms. Nkabai did meticulous preparation on every single step of the way.
My indruk, sowel as die indruk, is dat Juffrou Kabayi noukeurig en of deeglik te werk gegaan het. Hy sy deeglik voorberei of sy probeer om alles te dek.
That also your impression?
Was dit die indruk ook gewees, meneer? Is dit ook die waarneming ook?
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele?
Thank you. You might not have been here on the day that Ms. Nkabai and I were splitting hairs on the video,
I was here.
which was a clear indication of meticulous preparation.
Indeed, my lord, I was here. So, then just for my sake,
Net vir wys, ja, vir my, ja, halwe.
am I then correct if I say that up until this point, you are happy with what Ms. Mkabai put to any of the witnesses who testified?
Sal het reg wees, wanneer ek vir u sê dat tot op hede is u tevrede met die manier hoe die Juffrou Kabayi te werk gegaan het met elkeen van die getuies wat by hierdie hof gewees het.
Is correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele?
In other words, to be more precise,
Met ander woorde, om meer spesifiek te wees,
what she put to state witnesses were in fact your instructions.
wat sy aan hierdie staatsgetuies gestel het, inderdaad was u instruksies. Inderwaarheid was die instruksies gewees.
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele?
And am I further correct that nothing that she put to them was incorrect, misunderstood, not your instructions?
Verder sal ek reg wees deur te sê dat niks is aan hulle verkeerdelik oorgedra nie, aan hulle gestel en ook nie in instruksies nie. Niks wat sy aan die getuies gesê het nie, kom nie van u af nie.
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele?
Because if there was anything, please, this is now the time to correct it.
Want wat indien dit nie die geval is nie, dan is hierdie die guldige geleentheid om dit reg te stel.
Is correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele?
Is there anything you want to correct?
Is daar dalk iets wat u wil regstel?
Nee, my lord.
Nou, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. So I'm going to go to your evidence in chief,
Ek beweeg aan na u getuienis in hoof.
and I might be wrong. Just give me this name of this cousin's boyfriend again.
Ek mag dalk verkeerd wees. Gee asseblief vir my hier die niggie se kerel se naam weer.
Couple.
Kappel. Kappel.
Kapel.
Couple, ja.
Kappel.
Is it couple as in soos 'n skakel or couple as in K-A-P-E-L?
Double P, ja. Double P.
K-A-P-P-E-L.
Ja, ja.
Okay. Because when it was put to one of the witnesses, it was put, well, I heard it as kapla. That's how I
No,
know that.
I always had it as couple,
Kapel.
but I spelled it in my notes C-O-U-P-L-E as
As
couple.
Mm.
And I was wondering, because it's a nickname, do you know why he's got that nickname, couple? K-A-P-P-E-L.
Weet jy hoe skree hulle vir hom kappel? Hierdie noemnaam kappel?
Nou, my lord.
Nee, edele.
Okay, now I've got it. So it's couple.
Nou,
Well,
ek is kappel.
If it had one P, it would have been kapel,
Yeah, exactly.
which is also a name for a cobra, a snake.
Yes, indeed, my lord. Okay. So, this white bakkie
Nou, hierdie wit bakkie,
that gave you the lift,
wat vir u 'n berygeleentheid gegee het,
who were inside that vehicle?
die insittendes Wie was allemaal die insittendes in daardie bakkie?
Man en 'n vrou.
Husband and wife?
No, a man,
Man en vrou,
and a
man en
woman.
woman. Man en woman. Jammer.
Okay. Initially, it was put that they were colored people.
Aanvankelijk was het oorgedra dat hulle is bruin mense.
Later on, it was changed to be that they were black people.
Later, toe verander het na swart mense.
Korrek, my lord.
Korrek, my lord.
So the correct version is they were black men and women.
Derhalwe die correcte weergawe, het was swart paartjie, swart, maar man en vrou.
Korrek.
And were both of them armed?
Beide van hulle bewapen.
Weet je zeker nie?
I'm not sure.
The instructions that were put to Captain Lombard
Die instruksies wat aan kaptein Lombard gestel gewees het,
was that you realized that these were police officers when you noticed that they were armed.
is die dat u kon besef dat hierdie polisiebeamptes is toe u opmerk dat hulle bewapen is.
Korrek, my lord.
Korrek, edele?
So you saw that they were armed.
Daarvoor u het gesien dat hulle wapens, hulle dra wapens.
Is korrek, my lord.
Hence my question. Were both armed?
Daarom my vraag aan u, beide bewapen.
Is zeker nie?
I'm certain.
What did you see?
Dat het u gesien.
Ek het 'n gun gesien.
Firearm.
A firearm. Where did you see the firearm?
Waar sien u hierdie vuurwapen?
Vuurwapens soos altyd in sy holster.
In its holster is always
On whose body?
Just a moment. The witness indicates with his hand towards his right hip as he sits in the witness stand.
As the court pleases, my lord. On whose body,
op
sir?
wiese persoon,
Aan die man se.
the male.
Did you see a similar firearm on the body of the female?
Het jy die soortgelyke vuurwapen op die vroulike persoon?
Ja.
Nou,
So let me understand this.
kom ek verstaan die volgende.
You say that as you were coming around that circle,
U sê soos u uit daardie sirkel uitgekom het,
you were now coming from Vredenburg direction,
u kom vanaf rigting Vredenburg.
at the four-way circle, then this bakkie made a U-turn and actually returned back into the direction of
By die
Vredenburg.
4 rigting sirkel, hierdie bakkie het nou weer teruggekom.
It went around the circle.
Ja, rondom die sirkel
and
gery.
if it then takes the same route as an exit where it entered the circle, it means it would effectively make a U-turn and go back in the direction it came from, which was the direction of Vredenburg. That's how I understand the question.
Effectief, hy draai gemaak en teruggekeer na die rigting waar dit vandaan gekom het, wat dan op Vredenburg is. Dis hoe die agbare hoofd dit verstaan het.
Is korrek, my lord.
You see, that was not what was put to Captain Lombard as being your instructions.
Sien u nou, dit is nie hoe dit aan kaptein Lombard gestel is nie, soos per u instruksies, meneer.
You see, to him it was put that the bakkie, as it approached this circle,
Aan hom is dit gestel dat hierdie bakkie, soos dit nou hierdie sirkel genader het,
it then took the road to Saldanha.
volg het dan nou die pad Saldanha toe,
It drove through Saldanha,
dit ry deur Saldanha,
past Deesville
verby Deesville
to Jacobs Bay.
na Jacobsbaai toe.
Just going to take a short adjournment.
All rise.
Meneer Van Rijn is nog steeds onder eed om die waarheid te praat, meneer. Die stadsadvocaat stel aan u dat die tyd toe kaptein Lombard getuig het. Die route onderweg Jacobsbaai toe is deur Saldanha, via Saldanha. Verstaan u dit, meneer? Korrek, edele? Kan u asseblief hierdie verskil verduidelik? It was my instruction. Perhaps my advocate or attorney made a mistake.
I don't understand.
Ek verstaan nie.
Which one is the correct one?
Wat is die korrekte ene? Wat is die regte ene? The turning at a circle. Back to Friedenberg. And then 8 Friedenberg Street, Saldanha via Deesville.
That's two differences.
Dit is nou die twee verskille, dit verstaan ek.
What I'm asking is,
Wat ek by u wil weet is volgende. Wat is die regte ene? They drive around the circle.
'n bakkie gewees wat gewag het.
There was a bucket that was waiting there.
Yes.
En dat hy terug Vredenburg en weer 'n turn gemaak het.
They returned back to Friedenberg and then came back again.
So, does that mean the bakkie did not travel through Saldanha past Tiasville?
Betekent dit dat die bakkie het nie deur Saldanha verby Tiasville gery nie? Betekent dit
Die bakkie het die sal dan na die albery.
die bakkie traveled past Tiasville, Saldanha, or Saldanha past Tiasville?
Now I'm lost.
No, sit,
So you were wrong when you testified yesterday and said it returned to Vredenburg.
derhalwe, u was verkeerd geweest toe u sê dat dit teruggekeer het Friedenberg toe. U het verkeerd getuig gister.
Die pad wat toe uit die baai bring,
The road that you live, that leads you out of the Baha'i.
No.
I can't be wrong.
Okay, let's get some clarity here.
Net vir klarigheid, meneer,
Now, when Captain Lombard testified,
toe kaptein Lombard kom getuig het,
I visualized the route.
ek het nou in my verbeelding nou hierdie route gesien.
Because I have
Visualiseer.
never gone to Jakobsbaai through Saldanha. I don't even know whether a road existed.
Ek weet nie of ek gaan nie Jakobsbaai Saldanha, ek weet nie of daar pad bestaan nie.
But I realized there is a way through because of other evidence I had here.
Maar ek besef,
Because people were walking from here to there,
op die ander
but be that as it may.
getuienis, gegrond op die ander getuienis, besef ek dat daar is 'n manier om dit te bereik.
The area where we now here in Saldanha Bay, Diasville is to my left behind you as you sit.
Tiasville is op my linkerkant agter u soos u sittend is.
Am I right?
Reg so?
Korrek maar Lord.
Korrek edele.
Now, from here to the circle,
Nou hier
from where we sit,
hier vandaan van waar ons sit, sirkel toe.
you have to go past the rugby field and past the school on the left, and then another open piece, and then you get the circle. Right?
Korrek maar Lord.
Korrek edele.
So I'm going to just check with you whether my understanding of the lay of the land is the same as yours.
Ek gaan by u probeer verstaan hoe ek nou die land uitleg verstaan of my verstaan wat nie.
Because it's
Land
so-
uitleg is dieselfde soos u.
It so happens that every day whilst this case is sitting here, I am driving from the direction of Vredenburg past the circle coming to this venue. And in the afternoons, I go from this venue past the circle and then towards Vredenburg, past the Jakobsbaai turnoff. Do you understand?
Verstaan u my nie?
Korrek maar Lord.
Korrek
So
edele.
I just want to check whether there's no misunderstanding on the lay of the land. So the way I see it, and you can help me if I'm wrong, because I'm a stranger to the area,
Help my reg en ek verkeerd, ek is 'n vreemdeling in hierdie land.
except for this is the 7th week that I'm here. If I come from Vredenburg, past the graveyard, I will get to that intersection where towards the sea is Jakobsbaai. Right?
Volg jy nog?
Korrek maar Lord.
And the road that goes now towards the West Coast Road goes past the fire brigade and the airport.
It's correct, my lord.
So that's the intersection. And coming from Vredenburg, you then get to the circle.
It's correct, my lord.
If you can go left towards Langebaan, or you can come straight into town.
It's correct, my lord.
So coming from Vredenburg, the first exit from the circle will be the Langebaan Road.
It's correct, my lord.
Then go around the circle and go almost straight. That will be the second exit from the circle. That will be the road coming into Saldanha. You said to Dubai, coming into Saldanha Bay.
Yeah, my lord. Yeah, my lord.
Now the first part of that road, the speed is slightly higher, and then it comes down to 80, and then it comes down to 60. As you come into town.
Soos jy die dorp nader, dan verminder die spoed.
It's correct, my lord.
Hoog dan na laag toe.
Then you get to a traffic light
Verkeersligte kry jy.
where Charlie's is on the left and the total garage is on the right.
Correct, my lord.
Then you get to the area where the banks are on the right. We're driving into Saldanha now.
Correct, my lord.
And there's another fisheries on the left and a BP garage.
Correct, my lord.
Then you get to another traffic light or stoplight where the municipal offices are. Blue building on the left
Blou gebou op die linkerkant.
and the taxi rank diagonally across. Then you come up and you drive past the Rastas.
Correct, my lord.
Then you get to the next stop street. That's Diaz Street coming here in front of the court.
Correct, my lord.
Going towards Diazville.
Correct, my lord.
I don't want to get technical, but I actually time myself in the mornings. Because I set my GPS when I leave where I stay, what my expected time of arrival will be at the building. No less than 5 minutes from the circle to here in the mornings. Is that also your experience? Because I'm not exceeding the speed limit, I'm just keeping to the speed. But it's quite a distance, it's a few kilometers. From the circle to the Diaz turnoff. Right?
Correct, my lord.
And then of course if you then have to go up this road, you remember we drove up here, where we eventually turned into Murray and then into Middelpos Reiland to get to Tsitsiratsitsi.
It's correct, my lord.
But then, if maybe you wanted to go to Jacobsbaai, coming from Vredenburg, and you missed the turn off because sometimes the mist is thick in the morning, then you go at the circle, you turn around at the circle, and then you'll turn left towards Jacobsbaai, which will be the first turn off to the left then. Right?
It's correct, my lord.
Now, the road into Saldanha Bay and onto Diaz Road is a very different route than turning around at the circle to go to Jacobsbaai. Would you agree?
It's correct, my lord.
There's no way one can confuse it. You can't confuse the two because it's two totally different things. Right?
Correct, my lord.
Now, I've listened to you yesterday. And I said to myself, well, you got the lift. These people were duping you. That you must lay. Because now instead of giving you a lift to Saldanha Bay, they turn around because their friends were waiting there, and then they take you to the dunes in Jacobs Bay. That's how I pictured it. And you say that's what happened.
It's correct, my Lord.
Now you tell me that that's the prosecutor's question that we're getting to. I just went the long route with you. I took you on a tour. How could it be that on that route that you told us yesterday, one would have gone through Diasville? I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Ek wag vir die antwoord.
Wat ek nou sê van hoe ons Dias daar wanneer Dias wel toe kan gegaan het.
Mr.
I say that from
Mr.
there
Van Ryn,
go to DSL.
I don't want you to get confused.
Ek wil nie, jy moet keer mekaar word, nee, jy moet verwaard word.
Just answer my question.
Antwoord asseblief my vraag.
Do you have an answer?
Het jy 'n antwoord, meneer?
Daar's 'n pad wat wil as jy van die cirkel af,
When you come from the circle, there's a road
sy is nou op die pad wat Burg toe vat.
with the road that goes to Friedenberg.
Dan kom jy op kan ek nou sê amper so op T aansluiting.
Yeah, then you arrive at the T junction.
Dan is dit links draai,
When you turn
dan is jy weer in die pad wat jou baie toe bring.
into left, and then you get the road that brings you by again, or Saldanha Bay again.
Are you telling me that, so they turned back, they turned off towards Jacobs Bay and then drove back here on another road? Is that what you're saying?
Dis korrek, my Lord.
Correct, edele.
Where does that road go? Where does that road go?
As die pad wat daar is, my Lord.
Is that die pad wat hulle gery, is that the road?
Toe gaan die pad vra edele,
Die pad bring my tot op die voorwy van Dias weg.
up to TSVL's four-way.
Yeah, but the point is, that's not what you told us yesterday. Yesterday you told us you turned around at the circle and then they took you to Jacobs Bay.
Verstaan, my Lord. Ek het dit reg wat hy-
Yesterday there was nothing about Diasville.
I did not explain it correctly, my lord.
Yes, Ms. Nkabai.
With respect, my lord. My client yesterday,
Sorry?
my client yesterday,
Is what?
my client yesterday told this court that when they reached this section, this bakkie went back to Fredenberg,
That's right.
and there was the other bakkie parked there. They drove back to the section through Saldanha to Jacobs Bay. That was his evidence yesterday, my lord.
Well,
There was a U-turn at Fredenberg.
No,
When
no.
they see this other bakkie, they
Let-
turned back
let
to
us-
the traffic section, to Saldanha, and then to Jacobs Bay. That was
let-
his evidence, my lord.
let us go there. Well, I don't know whether you and I were in the same court yesterday, because I have my notes, and my notes confirm what the prosecutor had put to the witness. And I'm going to summarize. They got onto the bakkie. As we got out of Vredenburg, Saldanha, the four-way circle. Bakkie turned around the circle, back to Vredenburg direction. And they left couple. And then, of course, what makes it even worse is this story about this other road that's now being testified about. There was also evidence of the route they took to the beach. Because he said, so they went to Jacobsbaai Road and they turned left towards the beach. Objection is overruled, seeing that you object to my questions. You may proceed, Ms. Honorable.
Thank you, my lord. So I'm simply going to put it to you.
Meneer, ek het dood eenvoudig net aan u oordra.
This whole story
Hierdie hele weergawe
about you getting a lift in a bakkie
oor u hierdie bereikgeleentheid tot die bakkie gekry het
and being tortured there at Jacobsbaai
en die marteling te Jacobsbaai
is not true.
is die waarheid nie, meneer.
And that will be our argument.
En ons sal later betoog daaroor.
Do you want to comment?
Wat is die kommentaar daarop, meneer?
As die waarheid.
It's the truth.
Okay.
Goed.
What was the role of this other bakkie waiting for you at the circle?
Wat is die ander bakkie wat nou daar by die sirkel vir u gewag het? Wat is hulle rol gewees? Wat moes hulle gedoen het?
Hulle was een mens, hulle was saam.
They were together. One people together.
Met verskillende bevoer.
Different vehicles.
And I take it that inside this vehicle there was also a man and a woman.
Ek aanvaar dat ook in hierdie voertuig was ook 'n man en vrou.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Korrek, edeling.
And what makes you say that they were together?
Wat maak, hoekom besluit u? Hulle was saam.
Maar ek sou span.
They look like a team.
Can I just check, where was this bakkie parked?
Waar was hierdie bakkie geparkeer? Waar het gestaan?
And in which direction did it face? Maybe that will help you.
En in watter rigting kyk hulle toe?
Hulle het kyk vir Vredenburg toe.
Vredenburg direction.
Vredenburg, the road. Vredenburg.
So, do I now understand you? You coming with a bakkie from Vredenburg. You approaching the circle. Did you see the bakkie stand on the other side of the road?
Korrek, my lord.
Because there's this island in between. It's got more than one lane in each direction. The big island in between the two directions. So you saw this other bakkie standing there, facing Vredenburg.
Korrek, my lord.
And then you went around the circle, almost like a U-turn.
She is a U-turn, spreek, my lord.
Say it's a U-turn that we made, my lord.
Now you're repeating what you told us yesterday, which I was just told that I'm wrong. Did the bakkie that you were in, did it stop next to the other bakkie, or did you just follow each other?
Hy gaan stop after die bakkie.
They went to stop behind that bakkie.
Is that where couple got out?
Dis korrek, my lord.
Okay, so now you've got the two bakkies, both facing the direction of Vredenburg.
Korrek, my lord.
Now we've established that the first crossing,
Die eerste kruising.
that road takes you to Jacobsbaai on the left.
Die pad op
It's
die
a
linker
tar road.
pad die Jacobsbaai toe.
Ek weet ek die pad waar hy nie.
I do not know, I did not ride in that road, my lord.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Just move on.
Thank you.
You've
thank
made your point.
Thank you, my lord. So, the two bakkies were now both traveling in the same direction.
Nou, die twee
to
bakkies.
Jacob's Bay, according to you.
Volgens u beide bakkies ry nou in dieselfde rigting onderweg pad Jakobsbaai toe volgens u.
Correct, my lord.
Korrek edele?
And at Jacob's Bay, it stops.
Dit Jakobsbaai, dit stel gou.
Correct, my lord.
Were you now still sitting inside the double cab?
Is nog steeds sittend in die dubbele kajuit bakkie.
Correct, my lord.
Inside the vehicle, not on the cab.
Binne die voertuig self. Né?
Correct, my lord.
And that's where you are then taken out of the vehicle and put on the back of the bakkie.
Net daar word jy nou dan vanuit die bakkie self en die word geplaas in die agtergedeelte van die bakkie.
Correct, my lord.
Is this now by the two people from the vehicle that you were traveling in, the man and the woman?
Dis dit hierdie twee persone met wie u gereis het, die man en vrou.
Ja, die twee mannen.
Now by the two males.
So what did the woman do?
Wat het die vrou gedoen?
Hulle was net daar.
Wat weet jy as die
Was this other man also armed?
die ander man was ook bewapen?
Ek is seker nie.
I am not certain.
I want to put it to you that it was put to Captain Lombard
Ek wil dit aan u stel dat dit is aan kaptein Lombard gestel.
that there I realized this is police because he could see the firearms plural.
Daar het ek besef. Hierdie is polisiebeamptes want hy kon die wapens sien. Ek kon die wapens sien daar het hy besef dis die polisiebeamptes.
That's correct.
Korrek, Malo?
Once again, your instructions to Ms. Mkabai that you saw firearms plural, more than one.
Weereens, u instruksies aan die juffrou Mkabai, u het 4 wapens gesien in meervoud. Meer as 1 vuurwapen.
Today you say you only saw one.
Vandag sê u vir of ek net 1 gesien.
That's correct.
Korrek?
Want to explain?
Wil u asseblief verduidelik?
Van hulle was saam, hulle werk as 'n team.
They were together, they were working as a team.
Hy kan ook 'n gun red,
He could have also carried the firearm,
wat ek hier gesien het.
which I did not see.
No, just answer the question.
Antwoord asseblief die vraag, meneer.
The question is,
Die vraag is die volgende,
and I'm going to explain to you.
en ek gaan dan u verduidelik, meneer.
You heard when Ms. Swanepoel started with you today.
U het gehoor toe mevrou Sonnepoel met u begin vanmôre.
Correct, my lord.
Did you realize what she was doing?
Het u besef waarmee sy besig gewees het?
Correct, my lord.
What was she doing?
Waarmee was sy besig gewees het?
Om my te vra as miskien of ek sou gekyk het.
To ask me whether or not perhaps there's something that I forgot.
Have you ever been to sea?
Was jy al ooit te see? Was jy by die see gewees al?
By die see.
Yeah, on a boat
Yeah.
where people go and fish with a net,
Die seeboot waar die mense vasvang.
where they use the bucky to take the net and encircle.
Hulle gebruik die bakkie reensirkel, hulle vasvang daar met die net.
Do you know what they're doing when they do that?
Weet u waarmee is hulle besig wanneer hulle dit doen?
Nou, my lord.
Nou, Malou,
So the one in the bucky,
na die een in die bakkie.
it's called a bucky. It's a small rowboat
Oh,
that takes the net around and bring it back. So when it's pulled in, it catches everything inside. Do you grow up here in Saldanha?
ek moes hier in Saldanha groot geword.
Correct, my lord.
So you know what I'm talking about.
Nou, jy weet waarvan ek praat.
Correct, my lord.
That's what she was doing with you.
Dit is waarmee sy besig gewees het met u. Dit aan u gedoen.
She asked you all those questions
Sy het vir u al daardie vrae gevra.
because she was spanning that net around you.
Want sy was besig om daardie net rondom u te span.
All of those things that you just said, yes, it is so, it is so.
En sover het u elke keer net gesê ja, korrek. Ja, dit is die geval. Ja, dit is die geval sover.
Now she says to you,
Nou sê sy vir u,
you've already confirmed,
u het al reeds bevestig,
you've got no complaints.
u het geen klagtes nie.
Everything that was put to the witnesses were exactly only your instructions.
Alles en alles wat aan daardie stadgetuies gestel is, was u eie instruksies, meneer.
And she says to you,
En sy sê vir u,
Captain Lombard was told, firearms, vuurwapens, plural.
daar was iets gewees met kaptein Lombard, met vuurwapens en meervoud, meneer.
Now you're telling us you only saw one.
Nou sê u vir hof, u het net een gesien.
Do you understand?
Verstaan u, meneer? Korrek.
Now
Edeling,
will you answer a question, please?
sal u asseblief haar vraag antwoord, meneer?
Want dat is al gun wat ek gesien het.
Because that is the only firearm I saw.
So, sir, I put it to you, then your instructions that you gave to Miss Mkabai, that you,
Derhalve, meneer, ek stel dit aan u dat die instruksies wat u aan juffrou Mkabai oorgedra het,
that you saw firearms
dat u vuurwapens gesien het,
was not the truth.
was nie die waarheid nie, meneer.
Sy het miskien 'n fout gemaak.
She perhaps made a mistake.
And why did you not correct that mistake?
Hoekom het u nie daardie fout reggestel nie, meneer?
Want dit was 'n gun.
Because it was a firearm.
I'm going to ask again. Why did you not correct that mistake, sir?
Weer eens, hoekom het u nie vir haar reggehelp nie?
Want ek het wel gesê dit was 'n gun.
Because I told her it was a firearm.
I'm going to explain something to you with the leave of the court.
Meneer, met die hof se verlof, ek gaan aan u iets verduidelik.
Please remember that whilst you are there and answering the questions in cross-examination,
Let asseblief daarop, terwyl u sit en is besig om vrae te antwoord te onderskryf ondervraging,
you are being evaluated.
u word geëvalueer, u word geëvalueer, kan nooit hy word sê nie. Iemand op vir u dop, u optrede is onder, het word noukeurig dopgehou, geëvalueer, baie dankie.
And I don't mean to threaten you, not at all.
En dit is
I'm
nie
not
'n
trying to
regiment
scare
nie,
you.
dit is nie 'n regiment nie, ek probeer om nie vir u bang te maak nie.
But please remember that at the end of the day, if
Oh.
you don't answer the questions I
Oh.
pose,
Asseblief in gedagte, indien u vra wat ek aan u stel, ontwyk of nie antwoord nie,
then we are going to argue
dan gaan ons later betoog
that you should not be believed.
dat die hof moet nie vir u glo nie,
Okay?
reg so?
You understand that?
Verstaan u dit?
Now, you are taken out of the bakkie
U word vanuit hierdie bakkie geneem
by the two men.
deur twee mans,
You were placed on the back of the bakkie.
is in die agtergedeelte van die bakkie geplaas, gesit.
What happens then when you are placed in the back of the bakkie?
Wat gebeur toe? Nou dat u nou in die agterkant van hierdie bakkie geplaas is, wat gebeur toe?
Vasgegooi,
Handcuffed,
op my maag laat lê,
laid on my stomach,
my eiers geknyp en dan die ronde geklap.
my testicles pinched and smacked around.
Anything else?
Nog iets, meneer?
En weer opgelag uit die bakkie,
Lifted up again from the bakkie, out.
uit die bak uit van die bakkie.
Uit die back portion of the bakkie.
Nog steeds betrayed.
Nog steeds.
Klap in eiers getrek.
Still being pinched on my testicles, being smacked around
Tot die wat bakkie moes gekom het.
until the white bakkie arrived.
So where does this happen? I'm sorry, I'm trying, we've heard that we see pictures, I also see pictures, so I'm trying to picture this.
Ja, asseblief my reg nou, waar gebeur hierdie, want ons is vertel dat beelde word gesien, ek sien ook beelde, ja, vir ons te probeer om hierdie prentjie te vorm.
Ek lê agter op die
Ja,
bakkie,
my reg, I'm laying behind the bakkie,
vasgeboeie.
handcuffed,
My hande is voor my, ek lê op my maag.
with my hands in front of me, I'm laying on my stomach.
En hy knyp my eiers, was jy my twee bene.
He's pinching my legs through both my legs
En klap my nou rond.
and smack me around
Terwyl ek lê.
whilst laying.
You're referring to hy, singular.
Hy praat in enkelvoud, hy, enkelvoud, hy, verwys na hy in enkelvoud.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg? Two males,
Een besam my eiers en een klap my nou rond.
one busy with my testicles and one smacking me around.
When you say, okay, one step at a time. So
Een treetjie,
these two men, are they also on top of the bakkie?
hierdie twee manlike persone is hulle ook op die bakkie?
Hy staan met 'n half lyf.
Oh, he's standing half body.
He, again he, singular.
Weereens, dis hy in enkelvoud.
Die een het my eiers geknyp het. Ja.
That is the one who was pinching my testicles.
So he's standing on the beach,
Hy staan op strand,
Hier op die strand, op die bakkie so, daar waar die touba is van die bakkie.
at the back of the bakkie.
okay. So from the back of the
Just,
bakkie,
just a moment. So I take it this bakkie didn't have a canopy.
Ek aanvaar dat hierdie bakkie nie 'n kapie gehad nie.
Die kappie.
Nou,
Now, when you were on the bakkie, on your stomach, because remember you were inside the cabin by the time you stopped there.
onthou
You were sitting inside the double cab
Eet in die dubbele
when you
kajuit
stopped
gesit,
there.
né? Toe julle daar staan nou, toe is jy in die dubbele kajuit, binne in die bakkie, né?
Korrek maar loon.
Korrek eerlik?
And now, first to understand the bakkie,
Ek wil eers net die bakkie mooi verstaan.
take it doesn't have railings on the side, because you
Ek
would have
aanvaar
told
dat's
us.
dat's geen reëlings om die bakkie.
Korrek maar loon.
Korrek eerlik?
Doesn't have any crossbars across,
Is daar
load bars.
crossbars gekruis?
Nie meer loon.
Nou,
Does it have a tailgate?
het jy 'n tailgate? Wat is 'n tailgate?
It's like the door at the back.
Oh, die deur, die deur.
Closes the bin.
Verskoon my die soos die lid, ja.
Korrek maar loon.
Korrek.
Do you know what type of bakkie it was?
Weet jy wat soort bakkie, wat is die model bakkie?
Dis 'n double cab, weet ek.
Maar wat soort bakkie is dit? Wel edele wit.
Ek sê so polisiebakkie.
It's a police bakkie.
So when you were put on the back of the bakkie
Daar's in die agterkant van hierdie bakkie geplaas, meneer.
and you were laying on your stomach,
Jy lê op die mag, meneer.
were you handcuffed before you got onto the bakkie?
Was jy in handboeie voor jy in die bakkie ingeklim het?
Korrek maar loon.
Korrek edele?
So your hands are cuffed in front of you,
Die hande vasgeboei hier reg voor u.
and the tailgate, was it opened or closed? Did it stay
lid van die
closed?
bakkie, is dit oop of toe?
Hy was oop te maak hom toe.
Open and then it was closed, my lord.
So was it opened and then you got on?
Het was oop en dan toe klim jy op.
Korrek maar loon.
And then they closed it.
Toe maak hulle dit weer toe nadat jy opgeklim het.
Korrek maar loon.
Korrek edele.
So this person, and the reason I'm asking is because he said he stood on the area where the tow bar normally is.
Ja, want die rede kom ek weer die vra dan die sê dat's polisie in die area met die touba.
Some vehicles have it.
Thank you.
Some vehicles have it on their bumper, some have it under the bumper, some have an extension. I don't know, but you can't stand there if the tailgate is open.
Je kan niet daar staan nie as die deksel op is nie.
As die deksel ook oor kan staan.
Nou, je kan staan, ja.
That's what I'm asking you.
Dit is hoekom ek vra.
And then you said he was half body.
En dit
On
is
the
een
bin.
hard body.
So I'm picturing on Ms. Swanepoel's questions, this person standing there, you lying face down,
Ek verbeel my nou,
In
jy
the
lê daar
bin.
gesig onder toe
and he's bending over the tailgate.
en die persoon buig vooroor hier by die einde van die bakkie, by die lid van die bakkie.
Correct, my lord.
Good. And the reason why I'm not going to the sides, because you said he stood where the tow bar is. Because my bakkie, for example, have a step on the side. So you can step in from the side as well. Okay, so now you have that picture.
I do. Thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
And I understand that your head is facing the direction of the cab, right?
En ek aanvaar dat die kop is na die kajuit se kant toe, ne? Jy lê met die kop kajuit se kant toe. Die kop kyk vorentoe.
Vorentoe.
Ja, vorentoe, ja.
And are your legs straight?
Is jou bene reg uit?
Ja, bene so by die flap van die bakkie.
Ja, towards
My
the
mom here
lid
is-
of the bakkie.
Okay. Shins.
Sense.
Okay. So this man standing at the back is the one pinching your private parts.
En dan hierdie man wat nou hier agter staan is die een wat die privaat dele knip.
Is correct, my lord.
That's all he does.
Dis al wat hy doen. Dis al wat hy doen. Al waarmee hy besig is.
Dis wat hy wat doen het, ja.
That's what he did, my lord.
Okay. Now, just to complete the picture, so
Net-
what was the other man doing and where was he?
Net om hierdie prentjie te voltooi. Waar is die ander man? Waarmee is hy besig?
Hy moet die manne wat nog geklap het.
He is the guy who smacked me.
Where was he?
Waar is hy? Waar is hy?
Hy was ook daar.
He was also there.
Can you be a little bit more precise?
Wees asseblief meer spesifiek. Of presies.
Begin with you connect the one behind. You say he's where the tow bar is, so we can
Ja,
accept
Die een is
he's
met die touwba, dis een wat
at the rear bumper area.
is hier by die einde van die, ja, einde gedeelte van die bakkie.
Ja, maar ek is nog uit die bak uitgehaal.
At some stage I was taking out of the bakkie.
But weren't you smacked whilst he was still on the bakkie?
Maar hy was ons geklap geweest terwyl hy nog op die bakkie geweest.
Correct, my lord.
So now the prosecutor asked you, it must be the other man that was smacking you.
Nou die staatadvokaat
And
sê
she
of
wants to
vra vir
know
u dat
where he was.
dit moes die ander man wat u vir u geklap het, maar die staatadvokaat wil by u weet wat is die posisie wat hierdie klapper beklee het, waar presies staan die een wat klap, die posisie van die een wat klap, wat die posisie beklee hy.
Ek is seker wat sy posisie wat hy aan die kant gewees het.
I'm not sure as to his position, what side he was. Neem ek in, ja, die posisie wat hy ingeneem het.
Do you know whether he was on or in the back of the bakkie or standing on the ground, standing somewhere? Where
Weet jy
was?
of hy iewers gestaan het? Hy was so in die agter op die bakkie, waar, weet jy waar?
Just hold on before you answer. Think about it.
Thank you, my lord. My client has already answered that he doesn't know where this other person was. He's already answered, my lord.
Thank you. The objection is overruled. The accused can answer the question. Ms. Swanepoel, I've noticed earlier, it's now 1 o'clock. So go to a place where you feel comfortable to take the break.
Thank you, Madam.
I know that you might have a few questions on this issue, and I don't want to interrupt your line of questioning. But if you're comfortable, then we'll take the break for lunch for the accused.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Please can you answer the questions?
Kan u asseblief die vraag antwoord, meneer?
Ek kan nie presies sê nie.
I cannot say precisely.
But if he was in the bin, it's called the bin,
Maar indien hy in die bakkie self gewees het, in die bin, Engelse woord in die bin,
then you would have realized he's there in the bin.
hy sou besef het dat hy daar in die bin is.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Korrek, edele?
Because
Want
your legs were slightly angled up against the tailgate because your shins were pushing against it.
die bene was deels teen die tail end van die shins, het was so hierdie, daar teen gewees.
Right?
Korrek, my lord.
So he must have been outside of the bin.
Hy
In other
moes-
words, outside the bakkie.
Hy moes buite die bakkie gewees het, in die buitekant van die bakkie gewees het.
Korrek,
Die
my
bin
lord.
uit. Korrek, edele.
Can I just ask you, you said it was a police bakkie.
Kan ek vir u vra, u het gesê, dit was 'n polisiebakkie.
Now we have different sizes of bakkies.
Nou, dis verskillende bakkies.
When I grew up,
Grootes.
there was the small Toyota 1200.
Toe ek groot geword het, was 'n kleiner Toyota. Jy
You wouldn't know.
sal nie weet nie, jy sal nie weet.
Then at some stage there
Daar was
was
stadium,
a Ford Bantam bakkie,
daar 'n Ford Bantam
which is a
bakkie,
small bakkie.
kleiner bakkie.
And then of course you have the mid-size bakkies.
En natuurlik 'n side bakkie.
And I think currently there's a Nissan NP200 on the
En
roads.
eintlik 'n Nissan MP2.
And these Corsa bakkies, which are also the chef bakkie. And then of course you have the ones like the size of the Hilux and stuff like that.
En dan die heiligste grootte en dis meer.
And these vans that you were brought in the mornings, I think these are Isuzu bakkies or whatever it is, but it's a normal size bakkie.
Dis 'n gewone groot bakkie.
Korrek, my lord.
Korrek, edele.
Now you say it's a double cab.
Nou sê u dis 'n dubbele kajuit.
I've never seen these small bakkies as double cabs.
Ek het tog gesien dat hierdie klein bakkies dubbele kajuit bakkies is.
Now I know that you've told me you don't know what type of bakkie it is,
Ek weet iets vir die agbare hof gesê dat u weet nie wat soort bakkie dit is nie.
but maybe in comparison to the police van that you come with every day.
Dalk in vergelyking met die polisiebakkie wat vir u daagliks hof toe bring.
If you can tell us about the size of the bakkie.
Indien hierdie hof kan sê oor hierdie bakkie se grootte.
Daai bakkie het 4 seats wat jy kan insit.
Dit
So
bakkie
4 mense.
That bakkie has got 4 seats that you can occupy for 4 people,
Maar die 4 hierin.
but it's got no 4 doors.
Okay. But is it like a bigger bakkie like the one that like the police van bakkie
Is dit so 'n
size?
bakkie soos die polisie wen?
Korrek, my lord.
Korrek, edele.
And do you know whether it was a 4x4 that's higher than the normal?
Weet nie of dit 'n 4x4
4x2?
hoor as 'n normale bakkie. 4.2, bietjie hoor. Is 'n normale bakkie.
Hy is hoor, my lord.
Ja, a little bit higher, my lord.
So slightly higher than the normal,
Deels
and
hoor
it's
as
the normal
normale.
size, and it's not a double cab, although it's got 4 seats. Just so that we can orientate ourselves. Right. You sure about that?
Is jy seker daarvan, meneer?
Ja, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
The reason why I'm asking you whether you're sure, I think I know where the prosecutor is going. So if you're unsure, you must tell us.
Correct, my lord.
You happy?
Is jy gelukkig, meneer?
Ja, my lord.
Want ek weet waar julle is aanklaar en die nie
You,
seker is dat jy moet
you want to
asseblief
take the
sê.
break now, or you want to first?
Now let me ask the question, my lord, please. So, I understand you to say this man standing not in the cab of the bakkie, on the side,
Ek verstaan, jy sê nou hierdie man het nie in die bakkie, op die bakkie sal verstaan nie, hy staan langs die bakkie.
and he is hitting and slapping you. That
Nice.
was your
Hy
testimony.
slaan en hy klap vir u, dit is u getuienis.
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele?
Where?
Waar op die liggaam, waar,
Ja, my gesig.
my face,
The face that is turned to the bottom.
die face na onder toe, is dit dieselfde gesig wat na onder toe wys?
Ja, of course, dat ek nog 'n gesig stryd hou, net wat miskien so.
Obviously, I'm not going to keep my face the whole time in that position. I'll turn it around now and then.
Okay. Can you tell us whether he was slapping you from the right or from the left?
Kan jy vir ons sê, is dit links of regs? Waar val die houe? Wat ek kan? Val die houe links,
Kan nie
regs?
sê nie.
I can't say.
Maar
Why not?
alkant.
Both sides, both sides.
How is that possible?
Hoe is dit moontlik, meneer?
Alkant, maar kan nie sê wat ek kan dit die eerste was laat of laaste was laat nie.
Both sides, but however, I cannot say what side he started with and ended with.
The picture I have is that this man must either be standing on the left side or on the right side of the bakkie in order to be able to get to you on your face.
Die beeld wat ek het, is dat die man moet ieder links of regs van die bakkie gaan staan net ten einde om u gesig te bereik.
So, can you help me?
Help my asseblief, meneer.
Kan moontlik wees.
It's possible.
Let me help you.
Kom ek help u?
So you have the one person standing at the back, the one that's pinching your testicles.
U het hier een wat daar agter die bakkie staan wat nou besig is om u kroonjuwele te knip.
Now let's accept
Kom ons
that
aanvaar.
he must have been standing on the bumper or on the tow bar, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to reach your testicles.
Touwbaar op die buffer gestaan het ten einde u kroonjuwele te bereik.
Because you're telling us
Want u sê vir ons,
the bakkie is slightly higher than the normal.
die bakkie is deels hoër as die normale bakkie.
So unless it's a very tall person,
Tensy hierdie individu
Extremely
baie lang
tall.
persoon is.
and he stood on the ground, he
And
wouldn't
on-
have been able to reach over the tailgate
En op die grond
down
gestaan
to your testicles standing on the ground.
oor die bakkie se deksel met die arm ten einde die kroonjuwele te bereik.
Talking about the testicles, man.
Ek praat nou van die man wat besig is met die kroonjuwele is die privaatdele.
Are you with me?
Is hy by my, meneer?
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele?
Do you agree?
Stem jy saam met my? Is jy met eens met my?
That if the tailgate is closed, remember you telling us your shins are against the tailgate.
Ja, hy sê vir ons die
So in other words, your knees are on the floor of the bakkie.
Die knie op die bakkie se vloer. Die nie bakkie se
And then you still have the length of your thighs
dat jy nog die bobene se lengte
going up to your crotch. And then you have the height from the ground
dat dit
up to the top of the bakkie. So if he stands on the ground, he
Indeed.
won't be able to reach it, but he will also not be able to be half body in, as you said.
indien hy staan, sal hy nie daar aanslag om dit te bereik nie. Hy sal ook nie eers halfpad met sy liggaam oor hierdie kan die soos wat u sê nie.
That's why I'm saying let's accept he was standing on the tow bar or on the bumper, and now he was lying over and he's
Daarom
bullying
sê
you
ek,
like that.
Kom ons aanvaar het op die buffer op die tolbaar gestaan het, ten einde u te kan bereik het.
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele.
So if the other person was standing next to him,
Derhalwe, indien die ander persoon langs hom gestaan het,
then I wonder how he could have reached your head.
wonder ek, hoe is het moontlik dat hy u
If
hoof kon
there
bereik
was
het?
space to stand next to that person,
Indien daar ruimte gewees het om langs hierdie ander persoon te gestaan
so
het,
it means he would have reached over this tailgate,
dit beteken dat hy sal oor hierdie lid gereik het,
and then he still had to stretch down
dan moet hy
into the bin, to the floor
en
area.
die bin in vloer gedeelte toe.
Are you still with me?
Is hy by my nog, meneer?
Correct, my lord.
Korrek, edele.
And then he has to slap you on your head.
Dan moet hy nog hier
So he's got
opslaan.
the torso, he's got your upper legs,
Het hy mag, het hy
all of that area plus the height, and then he still has to reach there to smack you.
boopbene, dan moet
Forget about the fact that he still has to balance himself as
en
well.
hy klap. Vergeet van die feit dat hy moet nog balanceer.
Are
Sy
you
hele
with
gaan
me?
balanceer.
You with me?
Is hy by my?
Correct, my lord.
Om met my?
And if he stood on the side,
En indien hy in die kant van die bakkie gestaan het,
unless there's a step,
tensy daar 'n trappie is,
or you were standing on the tire and lying over,
of hy op die tyre gestaan het en
but then,
oorgeleer het,
but then you would have seen him.
dat dan hy so vir hom gesien het,
Because remember you told us you were tilting your head.
onthou hy draai hy kop.
You illustrated. You understand?
Hy het dit gedemonstreer, verstaan jy?
Correct, my lord.
Good. So I'm trying to highlight for you, don't commit yourself to something if you're not sure.
Wat ek probeer om aan u uit te lig is dat moet jy vir u verbind met iets waarmee jy nie verseker is nie. Moenie vir u daartoe verbind nie.
If I told you in the beginning,
Ek
if
het
you're
vroeër
unsure,
gesê,
you tell us. Because the prosecutor is not going to give up.
want die staataanklaer gaat hy opgee nie.
And I'm not going to stop them either.
En ek gaan ook nie vir hulle,
As long as the
Stel
questions
maar-
are fair, I'll allow them.
solang as wat hierdie vraag regverdig is, gaan ek dit toelaat.
And they're not wasting my time.
Ek laat dit toe, maar tog is dit tyd, mors my tyd.
So, yes, Ms. Swanepoel.
As the court pleases, my lord.
Soos dat die hofpaag edele.
So, sir, can you tell us how he managed to slap you in the face?
Meneer, sê asseblief vir ons hoe hy daaraan geslaag om u gesig te bereik en vir u te klap.
Of jy dit wel maak, hè?
I do not know how he made it.
I don't know either.
Ek weet ook nie self, ek weet self nie.
My lord, perhaps this is an opportune time.
Okay, it's 12 minutes past 1. I'm going to take the adjournment till 1:45. And then Ms. Swanepoel, I told the witness now that I'm not going to limit you. But don't take that as carte blanche that you can go until tomorrow, because I want to finish the cross-examination this evening so that the parties can argue in the morning.
As the court pleases.
So you can focus on what you should focus on.
Thank you.
1:45, court adjourned.
Thank you. I am just going to grab my coat.
daar gekom het.
Ek en Apollos was net saam, of iets in die boardroom, die tyd hulle my terugbring,
Myself and Apollos were together at the boardroom the time when they brought me back
na die boardroom toe.
to the boardroom.
That's now from the other office.
Vanaf die ander kantoor.
Dis korrek, my lord.
But the question is,
Maar die vraag is,
and I'm going to fast forward now on your version.
op u weergawe, ek gaan nog vorentoe skryf, op u.
Now you're back in the boardroom.
Nou sit ek in die raadsaal.
Korrek, my lord.
And that was the only time the two of you were together.
Dit is altyd waar u beide van julle saam gewees het.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Is there any stage during that period when you were together that Captain Lombard came there?
Was daar enige stadium, die tyd toe julle te saam gewees het, dat Kaptein Lombard die vertrek binne gekom het?
Wat ek kan onthou nie.
Not that I can remember, my lord.
Do I understand your evidence correctly?
Verstaan ek u getuienis reg?
That there was never a stage
Dat dan geen stadium gewees het,
on that evening at Sea Border
die betrokke aand, die seegrenskantoren,
where you and Mr. Apollos
waar u
were in the same room that Captain Lombard entered the room.
en meneer Apollos te same gewees het en vertrek en Kaptein Lombard ingekom het. Die saam met Boeta in die een kantoor en Kaptein Lombard kom in.
Ek is seker dat kaptein, ek is seker,
I'm not certain, my lord.
If anything had happened with Captain Lombard, would that give you some certainty?
En die enige iets met Kaptein Lombard gebeur het, sal u vir u 'n mate van sekerheid gee?
iets met hom gebeur het.
If he was involved in anything that affected the two of you or yourself,
Betrokke gewees het met enige iets met hom, met uself, iets met hom, met uself, iets waarbij jy betrokke gewees het. Sal u dit vir u 'n mate van sekerheid gee?
Dis korrek, ja.
Korrek, yes.
I want to refer you to what was put to Captain Lombard.
Ek verwys vir u na dit wat aan Kaptein Lombard gestel is.
Let's start with this last one.
Kom ons begin met die laaste enetjie.
When you were up and down the whole time,
Toe u op en af gewees het die hele tyd,
actually, you were up and down instructing them to assault and beat them.
in der waarheid was u op en af en iets vir hulle instruksies gegee om vir hulle te slaan.
There where they were, where the two of them were in the boardroom.
Wat daar wat die twee van hulle gewees het in die raadsaal.
Dis korrek, my lord. Laat dit, ek moes terugkom aan die ander saal af,
When we came from another room
na die saal, na die boardroom toe.
to the boardroom,
So let me understand
kom ek
this.
verstaan vir u reg?
The Honourable Court just asked you,
Die agbare hof het sopas vir u gevra.
of 10 minutes.
All rise.
Meneer Van Rijn nog steeds onder eed om die waarheid te praat, meneer.
I just want to put this to you, that it was put to Captain Lombard,
Wat ik aan u wil stel is dat dit is aan kapitein Lombard gestel.
that it was whilst the two of you and accused one,
That-
were together in the same room,
Terwyl u, sowel as bestel nommer 1, tesame in dieselfde vertrek gewees het,
it was at that stage that whilst Captain Lombard was moving up and down,
dit is op daardie stadium, terwyl kapitein Lombard op en af geloop het,
that he was actually the one instructing that the two of you must be assaulted.
dat inderwaarheid hy is wat dat die twee van hulle moet aangerand word.
And that the assault happened in his presence.
En dan hierdie aanwannings het in sy teenwoordigheid gebeur.
Just a moment. I can see in the corner of my eye that Ms. Nkabai has an objection. Yes, Ms. Nkabai.
Yes, I've got an objection, my lord. Before the court adjourns, my client has answered to this question.
Ek maak 'n beswaar edele want voor die verdaging my kliënt het op daardie vraag geantwoord edele.
I'm going to allow it because I didn't note the answer.
Ek laat dit toe want ek het geen aantekeninge gemaak daarvan nie.
But that was the time when I felt I was going to cough. And I adjourned for that reason. So I missed that. That's why I had to catch up again.
His answer, my lord, was yes in the
No,
boardroom.
let the witness answer. Objection is overruled.
As the court pleases, my lord.
Ja, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
So is that in fact correct?
Is dit inderwaarheid reg?
Ja, my lord.
Yes. My lord.
I'm looking for a specific note in my notes. And it was either this morning or it was yesterday. You will recall that I asked Mr. Van Rijn, with those his precise words, and I wrote it in my notes and I put it in inverted commas. And it was in fact the very last piece of evidence before you started your cross-examination.
Indeed, my lord.
And the words
Die mense moet gedonder word.
The words used by Mr. Lombard was, die mense moet gedonder word.
Yes.
So, that is why I asked a follow-up question to Mr. Van Rijn to ask whether there's anything specific, if Mr. Lombard did anything specific, whether he would recall. And it was with reference to that,
Yes.
which is in line with
What was put?
what was previously put, which is different to the evidence in cross-examination now.
Indeed, my lord.
Yeah.
Indeed, that's what I'm highlighting, is the difference in version. So, did you follow that, sir?
Het u verstaan, meneer?
Ja, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
Would you like to explain, offer any explanation for the difference?
Wil u graag verduidelik, wil u graag enige verduideliking rondom hierdie verskille aanbied?
Ja.
No?
Okay. It was also put to Captain Lombard
Dit is ook aan kapitein Lombard gestel
that you were never honored to sit behind a table.
Dat u is nooit eerbiedig deur vir u toe te laat om agter die tafel te sit nie.
Yes.
Teken 'n beswaar aan edele.
I knew my learned colleague when I was making a scenario of the chairs is going to go there. She must put this question in the context in which I put it.
What is the context?
The context was my client was never given a chair or table for the purposes of interview. She must finish. It was in that context. I put this question to Captain Lombard in the context of him being set down solidly for interview.
Yes, thank you. You don't have to reply. The objection is overruled. The accused, Mr. Van Rijn, can answer if you so wish.
Wil jy antwoord? Repeat the question, please.
Anytime.
Enige tyd?
It was put to Captain Lombard
Dit is aan kaptein Lombard gestel.
that you were never honored to sit behind the table.
U is nooit eerbiedig deur vir u toe te laat om agter die tafel te sit nie.
Maar dit was dit.
However, I sit
And you sat behind the table.
en het agter die tafel gesit.
Sorry, korrek so.
As
Korrek.
both Captain Lombard and Sergeant Fortuin testified.
Soos wat beide kaptein Fortuin sowel as kaptein Lombard getuig het. Hulle het ook so getuig.
Korrek maar.
Korrek, eerlik.
It was also put to Sergeant Fortuin
Dit is ook aan Sergeant Fortuin gestel.
that it was when you saw him for the first time,
Is dat toe u vir hom sien vir die eerste keer?
that is when you were handcuffed.
Dit is die tyd toe gehandboei is. Toe word u gehandboei.
Ja, maar
Nou,
Are you saying that those were not your instructions?
sê u dat dit is nie instruksies daarin.
Ek was al reeds geboeie.
I was already handcuffed.
Now, I understand that because that's why I asked the question earlier.
Ek verstaan dit. Dis hoekom ek vroeër hierdie vraag gevra het,
Because your testimony today is
want u getuienis vandag is soos volg.
you were handcuffed at Sea Border.
U is te geer,
At Jacob's Bay.
u is te Jakobsbaai gehandboei.
Sorry. And you remained handcuffed from Jacob's Bay to Sea Border.
En het in daardie handboeie gebly vanaf Jakobsbaai tot met seegrenskantore toe.
Korrek maar.
Korrek, eerlik.
That's your testimony today.
Is dit u getuienis? Dit is u getuienis vandag.
Korrek maar.
Okay. Now what I'm putting to you is what was put to Sergeant Fortuin
Wat ek aan u stel, dit wat aan kaptein Fortuin gestel is,
was that you were handcuffed there at Sea Border when you saw him for the first time.
is
Then you were handcuffed.
is dat u te seegrenskantore gehandboei, toe u vir hom vir die eerste keer gesien, toe word u gehandboei. Dit is aan hom gestel.
Yes.
Yes. Teken 'n beswaar aan.
And what I put to Sergeant Fortin, my client was handcuffed from Jacob's Bay. When he arrived at Sea Border offices, he was already handcuffed. That's what I put to Sergeant Fortin, my lord.
I have to go back in my notes. What was the context, Ms. Swanepoel?
My lord, the context was with regards to Sergeant Fortuin, and let me just get to that specific portion in the cross-examination.
Sergeant Fortain when he said he could see the hands of my client, but he was not handcuffed because I put to him where he was seated in sea border offices, he was handcuffed.
Yes, I'm consulting my notes. If you can give me the context, you've put it as a fact.
My Lord, if I may, if you will allow me, immediately after his arrival, he saw you, that is Sergeant Fortain. You will recall that it was put a few seconds after, but that was corrected later, that it isn't a few seconds after. But later, after arrival at the sea border, he was in the company of 2 police officers. This is from Jacobs Bay. It continues. The occupants that severely tortured him, and then on your arrival, he was handcuffed.
Can you, okay, so it will be on the previous section. You can move on with other questions.
I will. Thank you, my Lord.
This is not a statement that will break the bank.
No. Not at all, my Lord.
I'm at the place, but there's a dispute of it, and I'm not going to find it now. So, and it's of no moment in the bigger scheme of things.
No, not at all, my Lord. May I continue? I'll leave that. I'm mindful of the time. I see that we are running out of time.
No, you're not running out of time. There are 24 hours in a day. I told you I'm going to sit till we're done tonight.
Thank you, my Lord.
Yeah, here it is. It could go either way on the interpretation. It could go either way on the interpretation.
Then I'll leave it.
If you look at the context of where he said it, it's on my book 3, page 245. It was paragraph 62 in that session. On my notes. It's just my notes. Where the question was, he instructs on your arrival, he was handcuffed. It says, incorrect. I saw he was not. He was in chair behind the table with his hands on the table. That's what Fortain testified.
Yes.
But this statement to Fortain flowed from what had happened at Jacobs Bay. So it doesn't mean that what Mr. Kabai meant was that he was only handcuffed at that stage, right? So, yeah, so the objection is sustained.
As the court, please.
Thank you.
No problem. Mr. Van Rijn,
Meneer Van Rijn,
please explain to us,
vertel ek asseblief van ons,
because I still don't understand the differences between the different officers.
maar nog steeds verstaan ek wat is die verskil tussen die verskillende kantore.
So just briefly, just give us an idea. You arrive at Seaborder,
Kortliks, né? Jy kom by seeglingskantore aan,
you're taken to the boardroom,
jy is na die raadsaal toe geneem,
right?
regsom,
Nothing happens there except sitting.
Niks gebeur daar benewens die sitry.
Correct, my lord.
Okay. So did any assault then happen there, or were you first removed to the office next door?
Het enige aanranding daar gebeur of is verskuif na die kantore langs aan toe,
Langs aan, ja.
next door.
Okay. And in that office,
En in daardie kantoor
you were alone.
was hy alleen gewees.
I mean, alone. It was only you. Accused number 1, Mr. Apollos was not with you. in that
Wanneer ek
room.
sê alone of alleen, menende dat u medebeskuldigde Apollos was nie by u nie.
Correct, my lord.
Okay. And the assault that
Die
was
aanranding
perpetrated in that office on you,
toegedien op u in daardie kantoor,
according to you,
volgens u,
what was
Correct,
that?
wat is die aanranding toegedien op hierdie kantoor? Wat was dit?
Die aanranding het daar gebeur.
Wat was dit?
Aanranding.
How
Assault who?
were you assaulted in that office?
Sit voor die stoel,
Sit,
voor die tafel. So vorentoe sit, so regop sit.
straight up sit over the table.
En links en rechts en achter my daar wat vrouwen staan.
Right, left, and the white woman behind me, standing behind me,
Vragen, waar Joshlin, wat het er gemaakt met Joshlin?
asking questions as to Joshlin's whereabouts. What did we do to Joshlin?
En ek het wel gesê, ek weet nie, en hulle het my gaan slaap.
I told him I do not know. He started beating me.
What's the purpose of repeating the whole story?
No, my lord, I'm merely trying to just understand. So from there, if I understand it, you were taken to the bathroom, and from the bathroom you were taken back to the boardroom. Is that correct?
Correct, ja.
Okay. And the assault or torture that happened, according to you, in the boardroom, that was when you and accused number 1 were both there.
Die aanranding en die marteling wat in die raadsaal gebeur het. Het gebeur het toe u, sowel as beskuldig nommer 1, in die raadsaal gewees het.
Correct, my lord.
Okay.
So just one moment. So when you entered the boardroom after you've been in the bathroom with Sergeant Fontaine, they were already busy with Mr. Apollos.
Correct, my lord.
You said you heard screams. Did you hear him scream?
Hy het gesê, geskree gehoor, het nie vir hom gehoor skree. Was het hy wat so geskree het?
Ek het nie seker dat het hy was nie.
I'm not certain whether or not it was him.
Who of the two, between the two of you, were instructed to scream and who were instructed to shake their head?
Wie van julle was aangesê, voorgesê om te skree en wie voorgesê om die kop te skud?
What were you told?
Wat is aan u voorgesê?
You thinking?
U dink my nie.
Dinge van my wat as ek moet skree.
I think I'm the one that was told to scream.
Yeah, those were your instructions to your counsel, because that's the way it was put to some of the witnesses.
Dit was u instruksies aan u regsverteenwoordiger, want dit is ook op daardie manier aan van die staatsgetuies gestel, meneer.
And the way I understood the case in the beginning
En hoe ek hierdie saak by die aanvang verstaan het,
was that Mr. Apollos was told to shake his head,
meneer Apollos is voorgesê om sy kop te skud,
and he never screamed.
en hy het nooit geskree nie,
But you heard him scream.
maar u het geskree.
No, you heard him scream.
O, u het vir hom gehoor skree, jammer.
He never said he screamed, but you told us earlier that you heard him scream.
Apollos het nie vir die agbare hof gesê dat hy het geskree nie. Dit is u getuienis dat u vir hom gehoor het skree.
Correct, my lord.
And there was some other instances where it was put that Ms. Smith wanted to run up because she heard Mr. Apollo scream.
Dat is gevallen ook wat aan die gevallen waar het by die van die getuies gestel gewees dat juffrou Smith wel opgehardloop het want soos jy kan hoor skree Apollo daar.
Can I just check something with you?
Kom ek wil gou iets met u verifieer meneer.
Because we're now going, I'm asking you this because we're now going into the boardroom.
Want ons beweeg nou
And you-
na die raadsaal
And you
toe.
told us earlier you heard the screams.
En het was vroeger gesê dat ek is geskree gehoor.
So that's why I want to clarify it now.
Derhalwe die klarigheid, dis hoekom ek dit nou die verduideliking.
You never screamed.
Het nooit geskree nie.
Or did you?
Ja, my lord.
Oh,
Yes, my lord.
because you were told to scream.
Want u is voorgesê om te skree.
Nee, my lord.
No.
What were you told?
Wat is aan u voorgesê?
If you want to speak. Because the bag's over your head, remember?
Indien u wil praat, want die sak is so oor die kop getrek. Het nou hier sak oor die kop.
Correct, my lord.
Correct what?
Sak op my kop, dan sal ek sê, Dan sal ek sê, ja, ek wil praat.
Then you the back over my head. and I'll say,
Not scream.
Yes, I want to speak.
Ek sal skree, ek seker, ja.
I would
No.
scream that I'm
You see,
hurting.
I was told that there was this systematic torture.
Ek is hierdie agbare of is vertel dat dit was 'n sistematiese
And you had to,
marteling.
you had
Was
to,
stelselmatige marteling.
you had to react in a particular way if you wanted to talk.
U moet op 'n sekere manier opgetree het indien u wil praat.
Dis correct, my lord.
All right, so you go there, you hear, did you hear him scream loud?
U hoor, u gaan daaraan toe, u hoor, het u gehoor, hy skree hard.
Ek het gehoor, skree, ja.
Ja, hy screams, my lord.
I didn't ask, I'm asking you about Mr. Apollos. Did you hear Mr. Apollos scream?
Ek vra, het u gehoor wanneer Apollo skree?
Ek het gehoor, skree, maar ek weet nie as hy is nie.
It screams, I do not know whether or not it was him.
Yes, Ms. Wanapulima, carry on.
Thank you, my lord. I'm referring you to what was put to Captain Lombard.
Ek verwys vir u na wat aan kaptein Lombard oorgedra is.
From the first office,
Van die eerste kantoor,
he was taken to the second office.
is hy na die tweede kantoor toe geneem.
When he arrived there,
By sy aankoms daar,
he had screams.
hoor hy geskree.
He did not know where the screams were coming from.
Hy weet toe nie waarvandaan kom hierdie geskreeery nie.
Then it's repeated. He heard
Dit
the
word herhaal.
screams
Hy hoor die geskree
when he was taken to the second office.
toe hy na die tweede kantoor toe geneem is.
He could see
Kon hy sien
it was number one, accused number one,
dat
that
dit
was screaming.
dat dit nommer 1 is. Dit is beskuldig nommer 1 wat skree.
Dis correct, my lord.
Korrek, my lord.
Now I don't understand.
Nou verstaan ek nie.
That instruction was very specific. As you came into the office,
Daardie instruksie was baie spesifiek. Ek kom nou, soos wat u by hierdie kantoor aankom,
you see it's accused number one screaming.
u sien of u merk op dit is beskuldig nommer 1 wat so skree
Ja, met hulle hang het. En
en hanging,
hoe hy aangegaan het.
how he went on.
No, we're just focusing on the screaming now.
Meneer, ons spits ons toe net op hierdie geskree op hierdie oomblik. Tans spits ons toe net op die geskreeery.
So when the Honourable Court asked you now
Derhalwe toe die agbare hof vir u nou vra
whether you know whether accused number one screamed,
of u weet of nommer 1 dalk geskree het,
you said you don't know.
toe sê u weet nie.
Ek het seker as hy is.
I said I'm not certain it was him.
So what made you so sure to give this instruction to Ms. Mkabai that specifically, as you enter the office, you see it's number one screaming?
Wat maak u so seker om vir juffrou Kabai hierdie instruksie te gee met alle sekerheid dat toe u daar kom, merk u op, dit is hy wat skree,
Wanneer hy wat hang, is niemand anders wat seker hê binne nie.
because it was him hanging, no one else was being hurt in here.
Let me take it one step further.
Kom ek voor dit 'n stapie vorentoe.
When you say you see him hanging, what exactly do you see?
U sien vir hom hang, wat is dit wat sien u presies, wat sien u?
Ek sien hom hang,
I see him hanging.
What do you mean?
Wat probeer u sê?
hang.
He is hanging.
How is he hanging, sir?
Hoe, meneer? Hoe hang hy? Hoe hang hy?
En dis in dieselfde posisie wat ek verduidelik het aan jou.
The same position as I explained to the board.
And whilst you see him hanging, do you also see him with the bag over his head?
Daar sien u toe vir hom hang, sien u ook toe hierdie sak oor sy hoof?
Ja.
No.
Do you also see him being beaten at the same time as he is hanging there?
Sien u ook dat daar word hy geslaan terwyl hy daar hang?
Ja.
No.
So he's just hanging.
Hy hang net daar.
Ja.
Yes.
And how long did you see him hanging there?
Vir hoe lang sien u toe vir hom daar hang?
Toe ek inkom toe sê hulle hom naby staan, daar hulle hom af.
As I entered, they said he must go. They removed him. Wat van staan? Jammer.
Daar langs hom staan, daar hulle hom af.
I must stand next to him. They removed him,
Okay.
took him off.
So although you saw him in that position, you didn't see the whole torture. of him.
Daarvoor, alhoewel u vir hom in daardie posisie gesien het, het nie die marteling op hom gesien nie.
Dis korrek maar loop.
Okay.
Korrek, my lord?
Now, as I understand it,
Nou, hoe ek het verstaan,
when he's now taken down, now you're the one that's going to be hanged.
hier word hy nou afgehaal. Dit is nou u beurt om ook gehang te word.
Dis korrek maar loop.
So does he now stay there?
Bly toe daar, bly nou daar.
Ja.
Nou,
What happens to him?
wat word van hom toe? Wat word van hom?
Hulle is besig met hom aan een kant.
They are busy with him there on the one side.
No, I don't understand what that means.
Nou verstaan ek nie wat probeer u sê nie.
What does that mean?
Wat is dit nou? Wat sê u nou?
Hulle was besig met hom een kant
They are busy with him there on the one side.
en besig met my aan die ander kant.
Waarmee? Wat is dit wat hulle doen? Hulle is besig met hom. Waarmee?
Ek weet nie wat maak hulle met hom, maar ek woon in hy nega onder hulle.
I do not know what they are busy doing with him. Ek weet nie.
Hy nega en klaar onder hulle.
He's complaining there, nagging there with them.
He's complaining and nagging.
Hy kla. Hy's knaand daar met hulle.
About what is he nagging?
Hy kry seer.
He's hurting.
So is he now still being assaulted?
Hy word nog steeds aangerand.
Wat ek hoor, ja.
What I can hear, yes.
How is he being assaulted?
Hoe word hy aangerand?
Ek weet nie wanneer ek het hom gesien daai dit.
I do not know because I did not see him at the time.
But you're saying that he's with you in the boardroom.
Toch sê u, hy's in dieselfde raadsaal as u.
Is reg?
Korrek?
Because I want to remind you about his testimony.
Ek wil vir u aan sy getuienis herinner. Ek herinner u aan sy getuienis.
He says
Sê hy,
he was so relieved
hy is so verlig
because they actually took him down,
want
undid the handcuffs or loosened the handcuffs,
uiteindelik het hulle vir hom afgehaal. Hulle het die handboeie losgemaak.
and then the handcuffs were put on you.
Toe word die gehandboei.
Ja.
Nou,
Know what?
Nee, wat?
Ek was, wat ek inkom toe was ek aan bo, ja.
As I entered, I was already handcuffed.
So that means he was wrong.
Dis korrek.
Okay. And now if I understand you correctly,
Indien ek vir reg verstaan, meneer,
that bottom part, the part that comes loose from the crutch,
die onderste gedeelte, die een wat los uitkom van die kurk,
that part
daardie gedeelte
is now put underneath your knees, your
word
legs.
dan onder u kniekoppe gesit,
Dis korrek, my lord.
geskuif, yes, my lord,
And your arms
en u arms
are tied with the handcuffs on the other side of your legs.
vasgemaak om u bene, met handboeie om u bene,
Dis korrek, my lord.
And this portion of the crutch,
ja, en hierdie gedeelte van die kerk,
does it now go over your arms or underneath your arms?
waar is dit nou, waar is dit onder die arms of voor die arms,
As bo die arms.
over die arms,
Over the arms.
And my client has never testified as the part of the rod. He has never testified as to the part. He said a silver rod was inserted, and I was in court, my lord.
Because we actually brought the crutch to the witness stand. And when it was lifted up by one of the court orderlies at the back there, he said, no, it's the one with the holes. And I still commented, I can see it's got that on it. And then he took it in his hand. And then he showed the bottom part that can slide out. And then he explained.
My lord, with due respect, he didn't say it was the part.
He did.
I'll visit my notes, my lord.
He
Because
did.
I didn't understand it like that.
Well, maybe you were not paying attention at the time because you were leading the witness still at the time. When that happened. Unless I was in a different courtroom this morning. But thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord.
Can you remember you had the blue crutch in your hand?
onthou u die blou kerk in die hand gehad,
Dis korrek, my lord.
korrek edele,
And you showed me the bottom part.
En it
You actually wanted to press the button to take it out.
die onderste gedeelte getoon aan my, u wil die knopie daar gedruk het,
Dis korrek, my lord.
korrek my lord,
Because we were asking about whether it was the whole crutch and you said it was only the inner part, the part that slides.
want ons het gevra of die hele kerk in sy geheel, u het gesê dat dit is die inner gedeelte,
Can you recall that?
Korrek, my lord.
yes,
And you are certain about it, so that it was only this bottom part
is u seker daarvan meneer, dat dit was hierdie onderste gedeelte,
Dis korrek, my lord.
that was used.
korrek my lord, wat gebruik gewees het,
Except the only difference was this one was blue and the other one was silver colored.
Agreed, my lord.
The one that belongs to the person sitting at the end of the first row is a blue one.
Indeed, my lord. And if I understand you correctly, that you and this bottom portion of the crutch
indien ek weer reg verstaan dat u in hierdie onderste gedeelte van hierdie kerk
was then picked up and put onto between two chairs, similar to those two blue chairs.
is opgelig,
Korrek, my lord.
korrek my lord,
And that is-
that blue chair is also part of the record already because your colleague used it as part of her props for a demonstration.
Indeed, my lord, and I'm trying to follow suit. I'll get there. I will not ask the witness to do anything that could harm him in any way. That's not my intention. But I just want to be sure.
Ek wil
that
net sekerheid hê, meneer,
it's then as you were hanging there on the crutch between the two chairs,
soos wat u daar gehang het op hierdie kurk tussen die twee stoele,
that's now how you were hanging
dit is
there.
hoe u gehang het.
Dis korrek.
And today your testimony was you would then be pushed and swing.
Vandag daar word u nou teruggestoot en geswaai.
Korrek, my lord.
Korrek, edele.
And you're sure it's chairs similar to those?
Is u seker dat dit is soortgelyke stoele?
Korrek, my lord. Dieselfde hoogte.
It's the same height, except the difference was that the chair that was used at the interview for the statement when he spoke to Captain Siekwe, that had a broader and soft back. Yeah.
Thank you, my lord.
But the height, I've actually checked the height.
Yes, thank you, my lord. That's exactly what I'm referring to. That's why I'm
Precies waar
asking
net
you to
verwys.
be sure, so it's similar height.
Presies waarna ek verwys, dis hoekom ek vir u vra 'n soortgelyke hoogte.
May I please, my lord, with the leave of the court, ask that that chair just be moved a little bit forward so that the honourable court would also be able to see.
Met die hof se
And
verlof vra ek dat daar
I can see it. I can see the chair.
thank you, my lord. I just want to request the witness to just get out of the box where he is now and just to go and sit for a second on the floor next to the chair.
vir 'n sekonde gaan sit asseblief voor op die vloer.
Not on the chair, on the
grond,
floor,
okay.
floor next to the chair.
Op die vloer langs die stoel.
Okay. The witness is sitting next to the chair. Can you maybe pull up your knees as you were told to pull up your knees? Right. There we go. So the knees are pulled up, the hands are clutched over the shins. Yes, can he release from that position? Don't know whether it's uncomfortable.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you.
So I don't have a full view because of the angle I'm sitting at. What I was interested in to see, which I couldn't see from where I sit, was how high above the seat, because I suspect that's what you wanted to illustrate.
Yes.
The inner side of the knee was.
Indeed, my lord.
But because of the angle from where I am, I could see something, but I don't have a perfect view of it. So maybe if we move the chair here,
Thank you, my lord.
Van Rijn.
and Mr. Van Rijn does it in front of me so that I can see,
Thank you, my lord.
so that I can place it on record. Okay? So pull up your knees, Mr. Van Rijn. Can we put the chair right next to him as he is currently? Right, so I'm looking at where the elbows would be because he's got a long sleeve on. It's about the height of that seat. I'm being liberal by allowing more space. If the state might be able to argue on what they see, that there's no space. But if there's space, it's at a push.
Indeed, my lord. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
May
Mr.
the witness
Van Rijn.
please. Are you okay, sir?
correct.
I didn't mean to harm you or humiliate you in any way.
Leed aan te doen nie, nog minder vir jou vernedering. Wil jy vir jou leed aan doen nie? Of verneder nie?
Now,
Op 'n manier nie?
I need to put it to you, sir,
Ek moet dit aan u stel, meneer,
that the argument will be
dat die betoog sal wees,
that it's completely impossible.
dat dit is heel onwaarskynlik,
No, onmoontlik.
onmoontlik, ja.
Impossible.
Onmoontlik, dankie.
That you could have hung in the way that you explained on a chair similar to that one.
Dat u kon gehang het op 'n stoel soortgelyks.
Because there's just not enough space.
Want dit is bloot nie genoeg ruimte nie.
Voor wat? Ik verstaan niet. Voor wat
I don't understand. Vir wat is 'n ruimte?
So if you are placed, and my lord, may I please, let me take the illustration full circle, if the court will allow me, please.
You're going to do it between two chairs.
Yes, please. May I?
Well, I'm not sure whether that crutch of the gentleman can take the weight.
No.
You're not gonna have weight bearing.
No, not at all.
You just want to push the pole through the legs and see whether it goes through the top of over the top of the chair.
My lord, not even that. I merely want to look at the length of that portion of the crutch.
That's if it's the same, right?
Yes.
And we don't know whether the rubber, what the length of the bottom of the crutch to that rubber is. But let's take the full length. 450 to 500. It's about the same size, slightly shorter than what we had the batten the other day. And I estimated that at 450. So 450 to 500 at a push.
That's the court.
Not going to say what I'm measuring. But those that know me know that I make furniture as a hobby. So, but I can't testify. But we're guessing.
Yes.
450 to 500. Can you just show it to council as well, please? Mr. Armster wanted to have a look at it as well. He took it away before he could. Don't you have one, Mr. Armster? Good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Van Ryn,
Meneer Van Ryn,
are you willing to demonstrate for me again?
is u gewillig om weer eens vir my dit illustreer of demonstreer?
As you did now?
Soos wat u sopas gedoen het?
Ja,
Are you willing?
Is u gewillig?
Can you bring the chair, please?
Kom uit asseblief daar.
And I'm going to explain to you so that you understand why I want the illustration done.
Ek sal aan u verduidelik, meneer, sodat u kan verstaan.
Because the prosecutor says they're going to argue at the end of the day.
demonstreer
You can do it in the same position he was in. You don't need two chairs. I just want one. The prosecutor is going to argue that it's impossible.
Die staatadvokaat gaat later betoog en sê dat
And then
dit
I
is
will have to
onmoontlik.
just clamp your arms over the legs as you illustrated, right? Now, would it be okay, Mr. Van Ryn, if the sergeant pushes the pole through under your legs? Mr. Van Ryn,
Ja, please.
is it okay? Thank you. So the pole is put through, and the sergeant, you keep it, I would look at an angle, if you want to, okay. So on that particular chair, even if Mr. Van Ryn lifts up his legs as he's currently doing, It's below the seat. On the illustration as we have it. Thank you, Mr. Van Ryn. Thank you. You may go back to the witness stand. Thank you for obliging the request.
Dankie meneer, dankie dat u daar versoek gehoorsaam het.
Subject to the length of the piece, there's very little space on the side of the legs as well. But that's this illustration with this chair and that piece.
Indeed, my lord.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
Ms. Swanepoel, can you maybe give me an indication? How long do you anticipate you're going to be still? Will you be shorter if I adjourn now and we come back in the morning? Because then you can finish off with one point, then you can maybe go and cut down on the issues you want to raise, quickly wrap up in the morning, do the re-examination. Everybody knows what the evidence is. Thereafter we'll do the argument and be done. Because I'm thinking now, if you're another hour from now, we already sitting at 23 minutes past 3. I'm more than happy to go on. But I'm thinking Mr. Van Ryn's been there the whole day. Since this morning. And it is crunch time for him as well.
Yes.
So I want to be fair to him. That we give him a fair opportunity. Mr. Van Ryn.
Meneer Van Ryn,
You remember the other day when we sat so late on Thursday?
wat is so laat gesit het, en is die donder wat is laat was het.
Staan maar nou.
One of the reasons I sat because we wanted to help a witness away.
Een van die redes hoekom ons so laat gesit het, ons wilde daardie getuie weggehelp het.
Dis korrek maar Lord.
But you're the one in the firing line today.
Nou is dit nou op daai stoel.
What would you, if I go on for another hour
Indien ek nog sal voortgaan vir nog 'n
and you
uur,
don't have to agree with me,
jy hoef nie saam mee te stem nie.
do you think you'll be able to sit it out, or do you rather want to proceed in the morning?
Verkies jy om môreoggend voort te gaan of wil jy ons nog 'n uur sit en voortgaan?
Ek kan nie sê nie.
Ek kan sê,
Hoe voel u?
wat is die gevoelens? Hoe voel jy daaroor?
Is hy nog gemaklik? Is hy al moeg?
Are
Do you want to go rest
comfortable?
rather?
Are you tired? You want to go and
Take a
rest?
shower, come back fresh in the
Wil
morning?
jy gaan stort en dan môre verfris terugkeer?
Ek het antwoord nie.
Wat sou u
Kan jy 'n
verkies?
antwoord?
What would you
verkies
prefer?
jy? Wat verkies jy?
Die hof sal besluit.
The court must decide.
I'm going to rule in his favor.
Ek beslis in sy guns.
I can imagine he's been there since 8:30 this morning,
Ek kan net vir my verdeel is hier dat sit ek vanmôre.
and we didn't take much of breaks.
Ons het nie baie pauses geneem nie.
And in all fairness to Mr. Van Ryn,
En alle regverdigheid aan meneer
I'm
Van
going to
Ryn.
give you an opportunity to wrap up on this issue, unless you have wrapped up. Just on this one issue. You done?
No, I'm not done.
Okay. Wrap up on this issue, and then I'm going to take the
Ek
issue.
gee vir u 'n kans om hierdie vraagstuk op te som.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Van Ryn,
Meneer Van Ryn,
it was initially
aanvanklik
put to all the witnesses who testified in this trial within a trial
was dit aan alle getuies wat in staatsgetuies wat in hierdie verhoor binne verhoor gestel is,
before Fortuin,
voor Fortuin,
that in fact,
dat in der waarheid,
when you were hung,
toe
like we now explained,
gehang het, soos wat u so pas verduidelik het,
you were spun around that
u is
iron rod or
rond,
crutch.
omgeswaai oor hierdie metaalkurk, of ysterkurk, was u rondgeswaai.
Nee, my lord.
Nou, my lord.
I specifically recall,
No, just one moment. I'm not sure whether Mr. Van Rijn understands the question. So you will recall, and I actually did this with my hand. And that's when I said, it used to be known as the helicopter. When I did that. Can you recall that?
Ja, my lord.
Because it was consistently the case that you were spun around this bowl. Can you remember?
Ja, my lord.
Until later on, when Mr. Fortuin came, then it was back and forth. And Mr. Apollos also back and forth. I then compared it to the boat that you get at these fairs, at the playground fairs. You know, when the fair comes to town, they've got that boat going back and forth. That was I was comparing it to. So do you now understand where Ms. Swanepoel is going? Do you now understand what she's referring to?
Waarna toe is 'n stad nou pad, is waarna die stad nou verwys.
Ja, my lord.
Because we were told, what she's saying, when under the earlier witnesses, we were told you were spun around this pole.
Die meeste stadsgetuies is geconfronteer oor die feit dat is oor hierdie palletjie of ystergestaal gespan of geswaai.
Bolle makisi in Afrikaans.
Ja, maar het was nie so nie.
Maar dat was not the case.
That is why when the doctors testified, I asked about the injuries
Dit is hoekom
on the inner arms.
toe die dokters kom getuig het, toe vra ek vir hulle oor die beserings in die binnearms.
Can you recall it? He was sitting there.
Ja, my lord.
Ek het nou daar gesit.
Carry on.
So, I want to know,
Nou wil ek by u weet,
and I think you're going to agree with me,
en ek dink u sal saam mee stem,
it's impossible
dit is onmoontlik
for you to have spun around like
dat
that.
u Bolmakisi so gemaak het in daardie posisie.
If we consider the demonstration that we just saw and the
Indien,
limited space.
indien ons na die demonstrering kyk wat u sopas getoon het in daardie beperkte ruimte,
Ek was hier heen en weer mos in die ronde was waai.
but daar was nog span around.
Did you hear when Ms. Mkabai put that to the witnesses?
Het u gehoor toe juffrou Kabai dit aan die getuies oorgedra het of gestel het?
Van die swing.
Yes.
Yes.
Spinning. She said spinning.
Ja. Dit het woord spinning gebruik.
Ja, reg my lord.
In fact, she referred to the second office as the spinning office.
En in der waarheid het sy na die tweede beampte as
Tweede kantoor.
spinnende, die tweede kantoor, ja, as 'n spinnende, is die kantoor waar mense gespan word, geswaai word.
Is korrek.
You heard that.
Die dit gehoor.
Korrek.
Did you ever try to correct Ms. Mkabai?
Het jy ooit probeer om vir haar reg te help? Juffrou Kabai,
Ek het daar gehelp en ek het dit verstaan soos sy het wat heilige swing, nie? Heen en weer.
When the Honorable Court explained and this to the doctor,
toe die agbare hof die geswaai aan die dokter verduidelik het,
you saw that.
jy het dit gesien? Het jy
Korrek, ja.
Korrek, yes.
Even then, you didn't put up your hand and say, Ms. Mkabai, really, that wasn't what happened.
Selfs dan, u hef nie u hand op nie en sê juffrou Mkabai nie, dit is nie die geval nie.
Maar ek weet ek het my prokureur gesê van dat is die geval is.
But I know, I told my attorney that was
Just
not
one
the
moment, Ms. Swanepoel, just one moment. We know that when Sergeant Fortuin came, he changed. That we know. So you did tell her at some stage. Can you recall when Dr. Zimri was here?
Correct, my lord.
Can you recall that how I demonstrated to her and explained it to her?
Correct, my lord.
Can you recall that I asked her that depending on the position, what will be top or bottom, the pressure will either be on the inside of the knees or on the inside of the elbows?
Correct, my lord.
Good. Because depending on what side is then on top, whether it's the knees pointing up or whether it's the elbows pointing up. Can you recall that?
Ja, my lord.
She then told us that if what I'm describing, the allegation is, she would have expected fractures. Can you recall that?
krake. Indien dit so beskryf word, soos hy verwag het dat daar sal krake gewees het.
Correct, my lord.
I even gave her your weight.
Okay.
Can you recall that?
Ja, my lord.
Now the question is, from the prosecutor, at that stage, it would have been clear to everyone in the courtroom what the allegation was. And you heard it, you've just confirmed it to me. Why not that time say to your attorney, but you've got it wrong. I didn't spin like a wheel. I was rocking like a boat. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord.
Would you answer her question?
Ek is seker nie verstaan daai dit nie.
Perhaps I did not understand at the time.
Or is that perhaps the reason why your version changed from spinning around to just swinging?
Is dit nie dalk die geval omdat dan die weergawe verander het van hierdie omswaaiery na die
Swaai.
swaai, ja, heen en voor swaai.
Ja, my lord.
Nou maar goed.
We will argue that it is.
Ons sal later betoog en sê dat dit is wel die geval.
But I want to take it one step further to end this off.
Ek neem dit daar eentjie vorentoe rig, net om dit af te sluit.
Even
Selfs
your amended version of just swinging
die gewysigde weergawe van net swaaiery,
even that
selfs daardie
would be impossible
sal onmoontlik wees
in that limited space as demonstrated.
en daardie beperkte ruimte soos wat daar gedemonstreer is.
Tussen twee stoele.
Yes.
Between the two chairs, yes.
Dan wat gebeur?
That is what happened.
Remember, it's not the distance between the two chairs so much as the height from the floor.
Let daarop, net dit is niet soos die ruimte, dit is nie die stoele, net dit is die hoogte vanaf die vloer, van die grond af.
As mens die twee stoele met die stoel sou op lê nou.
Ja, dit is die both chairs with the back resting of the chair.
Yes.
So jy is tussen die stoel se rakelenie.
Between the chairs, back rest.
What do you mean?
Wat probeer jy sê?
Sy hang in die middel van die twee stoele.
You
Tussen-
hanging in the middle of the two chairs.
Tussen die twee rugleunings.
Between the
And how,
pods, ja.
and how far from the ground would your buttocks be?
Hoe ver van die grond af sal die sitvlak wees?
Ek kan nie presies sê nie.
I can't say exactly.
I just want to be sure, my lord, with the leave of the court,
Met die hofse verlof ek wil graag seker wees, edele.
because that's why I actually asked you earlier, so I understood that the crutch is between the two chairs
Dis hoekom ek vir u vroeër gevra het, maar ek understand dat
where you're sitting.
No, it was rested between two chairs,
Yes.
right? But on the, if you look at that chair, the blue chair, right? It's got a darker blue cushion area, and then it's got two vertical parts that hold up the back. The way I understand the evidence is the pole would then rest against the back part. In other words, against the upright, where it forms the 90 degree, to lie in that nook.
On the part that a person would sit on, my lord, in the same level, the same height.
Let your colleague show it to you, because I think she understands what I'm
Yes.
indicating, right?
Yes.
Now, on that particular chair, the one that we used here, it would still not work.
Yes.
On this chair, but we don't know because we don't have that chair.
No, my lord, that's the only reason why I'm asking, because now he refers to the back. So in all fairness to the witness, I wanted to make sure that I understood correctly that it was his testimony that it's on the bottom part, not on
Because-
top of the backrest.
Because if you look at this particular chair, ignore the cushion. The pole would be on the metal frame,
Yes.
right? Now you will recall when the sergeant illustrated here, he had to put it up at an angle to get it even above the frame. If he kept it parallel to the floor, it would have gone under the
Indeed.
on this chair.
Indeed, my lord. That's why I just wanted to make sure that I understood it correctly. Okay. So what I'm putting to you is even the swinging would not work.
Meneer, ek kan nie stel dat self die geswaaierheid sal nie werk nie.
Dit weet wat gebeur.
And-
Toe ek dit happen,
And furthermore, sir, just to end it off,
Verder.
the injuries
verder meneer net om dit af te sluit, die beserings
that you had
wat u opgedoen het,
is not at all reconcilable with your version.
dit is glad nie versoenbaar met u weergawe nie.
And that's not my opinion.
En dit
That's,
is nie my opinie nie,
that's what the doctors testify.
dit is wat die mediese dokters oorgetuig het.
Maar dit is wat gebeur.
Want dit is wat happen.
Thank you, my lord. If perhaps this is an opportune time then,
The parties,
to answer my lord's question about time, I do still have a number of issues that I would like to raise with him. I will try to limit them, but I do intend going into the contents of the confession
no,
document.
that's fine. That's fine. But it's always good that if you've got time overnight, you would assess where you are with the witness. It means you might say, okay, now I've covered Yaki's Bay, I've covered this, I've covered that, now I'm going in on this, and that, to my mind, is enough. I'm talking about the cross-examiner. It helps. I just want to check with the parties. I've checked with our staff. Warrant officer, if I say 8 o'clock, can it work? You'll make it work? Thank you. I've checked with the facility. I know the POPs people are here early. I spoke to the colonel also earlier. Prosecution, you can make it work. Ms. Nkabai, 8 o'clock, make it work. Thank you.
Yes,
So we're going to start at 8 tomorrow morning. then my plan is that I'm going to try and finish everything on this trial within a trial, including argument and my finding. I forewarned counsel early in the week already. I hope that we can leave earlier tomorrow so that people can not sit in the traffic for the long weekend traffic, but I can't promise anything. And I'll explain why. You can go back, Mr. Van Rijn,
Terug asseblief, meneer Van Rijn.
so that people understand why I'm doing it. Once both the state and defense knows what my finding is on the trial within a trial, everybody can assess. Either way, whether it's admitted or not. At least then the state's case is still ongoing. The prosecutors can decide, how do we strategize? If it doesn't go in, do we still have a case? Or do we now need to try a different angle? If it goes in, what more do we need? It might mean, from a prosecution perspective for the state's case, this matter might, the state's evidence might be, we might be able to finish it early next week. That's why I'm pushing before the long weekend. If it, once the state has made their decision, because they bear the onus on both the trial within a trial and in the main trial, because I saw some legal experts on the television news say, but the defense bears the onus. Don't know where they come from, but they're South Africans. And then the defense can decide, in the event that the state get beyond an application for a discharge, if there's such, what they're going to do. So now I'm explaining it to the three of you as well, because you might be expected on Tuesday, after you know by tomorrow afternoon how the wind blows on these statements, to consider what instructions you're giving your legal representatives, if there are any witnesses, because we might be on the defense case still in next week. It might be. So think about it on the weekend, telling you now tonight, so that you can tell them tomorrow, this is what we need, this is what we want to do. If you want to arrange special consultations on the weekend so that I can issue all those orders. And I don't want to wait till tomorrow because everybody goes to sleep on the Easter weekend. And then on Tuesday morning, I get the pressure because I want to finish and people come with requests. Do you understand that, Mr. Apollos? Understand, Mr. Van Rijn, Ms. Smith? And once again, thank you for the sacrifice, for sitting late and offering to start early tomorrow morning. I shall see you in the morning. The court will adjourn.
Of course.
I won this next week at 6 o'clock. Next week we start 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock.